Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiao Yan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Huoba's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an afterimage again. Huoba viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yan, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Huoba. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiao Yan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions? Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire western region. However, the Xiao Yan in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Huoba, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand, and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan in the empty space. Ha! Xiao Yan, die! A furious low roar was emitted from Huoba's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huoba waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining Qi within Xiao Yan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuolin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huoba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiao Yan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces, dodging the attacks of a 3-star Dodi in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Dodi present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet a 6-star bandit had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage? Huoba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Dodi, had merely killed a 6-star bandit. Yet he had been toyed with by Xiao Yan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiao Yan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Dodi? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, a bandit, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuolin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huoba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind, and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huoba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiao Yan? Where is Xiao Yan's actual body? Zhuolin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiao Yan, and was not his actual body, where was Xiao Yan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiao Yan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huoba's body shook and the dou qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huoba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight qi sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuolin, who was completely focused at this moment. Zhuolin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiaoyan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huoba had scattered one of Xiaoyan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuolin could clearly sense that the qi sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiaoyan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huoba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young master, Zhuo Bentang, who was standing beside Zhuolin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately the expression on his old face changed slightly. Dou qi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huoba. Wait. Have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Huoba is a 3-star dou di and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Zhuolin stopped Zhuo Bentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Huotianyi in the air. Zhuo Bentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent dou qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Huotianyi was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huoba in the blink of an eye, Huotianyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the dou qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Huoba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiaoyan. This sudden scene caused the expression on Huoba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiaoyan's face was flushed red as his palm landed heavily on Huoba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart, a frightening dou qi suddenly poured out from Xiaoyan's palm and wildly poured into Huoba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, Huotianyi, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest at this moment. Bang! 2 miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw 2 similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the 2 of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the 2 of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiaoyan and Huoba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huoba, Xiaoyan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiaoyan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huoba's body, it was just as Zhuolin had said. Huoba was after all a 3-star dou di. Even with the strength of Xiaoyan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiaoyan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiaoyan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuo Bentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuo Lin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuo Lin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiaoyan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuo Lin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuo Bentang's heart, Zhuo Lin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiaoyan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiaoyan, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Huatiani or Huoba, something might have really happened to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 687. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuo Lin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Dou-Di present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Dou technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Dou-Di would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Dou-Qi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Dou-Di outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuo Lin was truly concerned about. Damn it. Why does this brat possess such a powerful Dou technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have the chance to use it. Zhuo Lin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuo Lin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shua. The golden cloud sword in Zhuo Lin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuo Lin's heart, and the Dou-Qi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of Dou-Qi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuo Lin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuo Lin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Under Zhuo Lin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuo Lin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuo Lin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuo Lin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuo Lin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuo Lin's feet, the empty space where Xiao Yan and Zhuo Lin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuo Lin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do Qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiao Yan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already broken his connection with the annihilation fire lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the annihilation fire lotus. Xiao Yan's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuo Lin. He was certain that with the strength of the annihilation fire lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuo Lin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuo Lin's intention? Xiao Yan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the annihilation fire lotus and Zhuo Lin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuo Lin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill 6th Form Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuo Lin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuo Lin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill Ha. It is also the 6th form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jianming had once used it when he had just arrived at the western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuo Lin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuo Lin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jianming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuo Lin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, The latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Dodi. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiaoyan in the future. While Xiaoyan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz. A familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Dodi present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Dodi present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiaoyan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug. The first to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Ying Zhuobentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shua. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body was extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the 3rd energy storm arrived, Zhuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him, and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the 3rd energy storm. If Guyu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it, it would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart and waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 688. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of a Dodi. As the Do Qi poured out from Zhuobentang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Qi, Zhuobentang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Do Qi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuobentang's arm shook and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Zhuobentang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Zhuobentang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Zhuobentang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Zhuobentang far behind. In an instant, when Zhuobentang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Zhuobentang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying, what are you trying to do? Zhuobentang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Bai Ying at such a crucial moment when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh. However, the instant Zhuobentang's words sounded, Bai Ying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Bai Ying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Zhuobentang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Zhuobentang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Zhuobentang's body. Only at this moment did Zhuobentang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Zhuobentang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Zhuobentang, the North King's power was enough to make Zhuobentang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Bai Ying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Zhuobentang and roar furiously. "What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Zhuo clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything? I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiao Yan. Bai Ying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of this 3-star Dou from the Zhuo clan to turn green. Zhuo Bentang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the 4 great clans, into such a state, Zhuo Bentang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Bai Ying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook, and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuolin's body had already caught up with Huotianyi. Being a 2-star Dou, the strength of a 1-star Dou was no different from an ordinary Bandi to Zhuolin. In the blink of an eye, Huotianyi had been overtaken by Zhuolin. Seeing Zhuolin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huotianyi's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiao Yan in front of him. Until this moment, he still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuolin had already violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Bastard! Xiao Yan's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him. The expression on Huotianyi's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. Zhuolin, move aside for this young master. The furious roar from Huotianyi's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuolin's face. Humph. Do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Dou just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Dou level? You really overestimate yourself. With regards to this, Zhuolin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Huotianyi back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Huotianyi's right hand. If Huotianyi himself was not a Dou, it was likely that Zhuolin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Huotianyi's palm. Huotianyi's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Huotianyi finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the Douqi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Huotianyi's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Zhuolin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuo Bentang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Zhuolin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it! I must kill Xiao Yan. Even if you are already a 4-star Dou, you cannot stop me. Zhuolin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuo Bentang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuo Bentang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Zhuolin, it's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Huotianyi's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph humph die. The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Zhuolin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Zhuolin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Huotianyi was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The two of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Huotianyi, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Haha. Zhuolin, just obediently die for me. Huotianyi let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Zhuolin's ankle. Humph. Get lost. A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Zhuolin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg, and Douqi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Huotianyi's chest. Bang! A frightening Douqi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Huotianyi tried to block it, it was completely useless. The sword chi method of the Heavenly Sword sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Zhuolin's current strength of a 2-star Dodi, the golden-colored Douqi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Zhuolin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Dodi like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Huotianyi, who was merely a 1-star Dodi. Zhuolin was clearly unable to kill Huotianyi with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Zhuolin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Huotianyi's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Huotianyi's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. Ah! A sharp miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Zhuolin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Huotianyi had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Huotianyi being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dodi. Burp! A moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. Ugh! The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough cough. In the empty air, the still pale-faced Xiaoyan involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiaoyan spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiaoyan smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiaoyan had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the four great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of the narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength, even in the entire western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Dodi. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiao Yan when he went against the four great sects in the future. But now, all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. Xiao Yan, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Zhuolin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. Surging Doqi surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 689. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiao Yan was currently standing. Zhuolin's figure stood not far away from Xiao Yan. His Doqi surged and his 2-star Dodi aura pressed down heavily on Xiao Yan without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Yan alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiao Yan were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiao Yan had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Zhuolin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Zhuolin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Zhuolin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum. It was as if it had been watered with copper water, and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail, and Zhuolin was able to sneer at it. Xiao Yan, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiao Yan would also have to face 2 elite Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Zhuolin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Zhuolin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. Zhuolin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting cold killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiao Yan, die. Zhuolin's mouth was filled with coldness. Doqi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiao Yan's head. Clang. Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuolin's hand was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Xian ruler to pull his body back. Zhuolin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuolin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Haha. Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiaoyan's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan's back. Clang! The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiaoyan once again stabilized his body, Zhuolin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. In the next moment, an enormous Do-Chi light cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuolin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuolin's body. An instant later, Zhuolin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, one should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its Do-Chi to help Xiaoyan resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star Do-D was no joke. Just based on Zhuolin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-D expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Who? Zhuolin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuobentang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuolin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuolin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuobentang heard Zhuolin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes. Although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuolin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuobentang's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, Zhuolin's gaze once again fell on Xiaoyan. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die. With a move of his body, Zhuolin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiaoyan's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiaoyan's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiaoyan's face to be distorted. Humph humph. Zhuolin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuolin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced toward Xiaoyan from different directions. Ding 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 ding. The densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiaoyan's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiaoyan's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow, and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiaoyan could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Benteng was displaying sets of powerful Do techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body, in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiaoyan's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Benteng's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it. Immediately, Xiaoyan was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Aha! Xiaoyan, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have the mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all? You are really courting death. Zhuolin shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiaoyan's throat. The sudden change caused Xiaoyan to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiaoyan's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiaoyan's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiaoyan's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it. No matter what. Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh, why, you want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiaoyan, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuolin coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuolin waved his large hand. Golden douqi spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden longsword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. Tisk tsk, this is the weapon that made young Master Zhuo famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhuo since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhuo uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhuo intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuolin took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called Golden Cloud Sword was quite famous in the western region. Xiaoyan, it is worth it for you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword today. My Golden Cloud Sword has always only killed experts above the Do D level. It is your honor for a mere bandit like you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword. Zhuolin listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the majestic douqi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Zhuolin's body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the Golden Cloud Sword in Zhuolin's hand. With the pouring of douqi, the Golden Cloud Sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This Golden Cloud Sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, the head of the 4 great clans, Its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Zhuolin's sharp edge, Xiao Yan's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiao Yan was preparing to use his final dose skill, the following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiao Yan not use the heavy Xian ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Zhuolin's displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm, and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiao Yan shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills? These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, it is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiao Yan's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Dodi to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiao Yan's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiao Yan opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. Ugh! This sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiao Yan lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 690. Dozens of elite Dodis in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiao Yan gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiao Yan at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiao Yan's body to explode. This action of Xiao Yan was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. Ugh, it's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age. But he just had to provoke the 4 large sections. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiao Yan. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite Dodi, there were still quite a number of them. However, even they did not dare to face the 4 large sects head-on. However, Xiao Yan in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. Yet he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the 4 large sections. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the 4 large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, even with Zhuolin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The Do-Chi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden Do-Chi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiao Yan's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiao Yan die, but even many of the elite Dodi present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Zhuolin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Zhuolin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the Do-Chi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiaoyan's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiaoyan's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiaoyan's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiaoyan's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiaoyan's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, this was merely Xiaoyan's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiaoyan's body, causing waves of intense throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it. I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiaoyan could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiaoyan fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiaoyan did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiaoyan apart. Xiaoyan was unwilling to cause his own death, so after temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiaoyan widened his mouth. Immediately, a couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiaoyan were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiaoyan used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, what Xiaoyan needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest dose skill that Xiaoyan had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle. A firelight shot out and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiaoyan's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiaoyan's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiaoyan's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiaoyan's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiaoyan did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiaoyan in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Dodi, who had been shocked by Xiaoyan swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiaoyan. This fellow. He is really capable of doing anything when he is about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiaoyan was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it. What exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Zhuolin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame, and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. They were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's actions still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff! At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. Another cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hand suddenly erupted. Firelight shot out and Xiaoyan's hands were covered by scarlet red fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Guyu laughed as he spoke. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Dodi, but those 3-star Dodi were not ordinary individuals. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiaoyan would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Dodi. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiaoyan's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the 2 clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Zhuolin on the opposite side also stared intently at the 2 clusters of flames between Xiaoyan's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiaoyan's crazy actions earlier until now, Zhuolin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiaoyan had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the 2 clusters of flames in Xiaoyan's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Zhuolin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiaoyan had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this dough technique, Xiaoyan seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the 2 clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you are going to agglomerate this dough technique. If the dough technique is not formed, The only path left for you is death. Zhuo let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Zhuo hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiaoyan, Zhuo body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiaoyan. Soon after, a golden-colored longsword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Zhuo body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiaoyan's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Zhuo, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiaoyan, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Zhuo in front of him. The invisible overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Zhuo quickly recovered, Xiaoyan had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiaoyan's flushed face, the expression in Zhuo eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Zhuo recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Dodi in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a wash basin, slowly standing in the air above Xiaoyan's raised hand. Xiaoyan's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuo, whose expression had changed drastically. Immediately he opened his mouth and said, "Annihilation Fire Lotus, go." Chapter 691. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuo in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Dodi present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was something that not a single person present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Dodi would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuo expression was also extremely solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Dodi outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuo was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. I would not have given him the chance to even use it. Zhuo cursed in his heart. Soon after, however, he could only helplessly shake his head. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, It was already too late now. It was useless to think too much. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to face the situation in front of him. If the fire lotus were to really erupt, he was unwilling to be the first person to die. The beautiful fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly drifted forward in the empty space. Zhuolin on the opposite side finally moved at this moment. Shua. The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart, and the do-qi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword shone brightly. Following the pouring in of do-qi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly. Soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A couple of drops of golden-colored blood also shot out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand. These few drops of golden-colored blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and placed it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time his mind moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword intent immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden-colored light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the space where Xiaoyan and Zhuolin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent do-qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiaoyan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already broken his connection with the annihilation fire lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the annihilation fire lotus. Xiaoyan's heart also held a curious attitude toward Zhuolin's action. He was certain that with the strength of the annihilation fire lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do-di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiaoyan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the annihilation fire lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes agglomerated, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill 6th Form, Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, a small mountain-like golden-colored enormous sword fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill, huh? It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jianming had once used it when he had just arrived at the western region. It could be considered one of his famous Do skills. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. In his heart, he also felt a shock at Zhuo Lin's frightening training talent. The imperial sword skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuo Lin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yan in the future. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuo Lin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Huh! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuo Lin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with unhindered strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuo Lin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuo Lin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to violently tremble at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release waves of terrifying destructive aura. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Do Di present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz. A familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Do Di present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Do Di present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Do Di present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, when the lotus petal fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the square like a storm in the blink of an eye. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug! The first person to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, there were less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present who were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Yingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shua. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body had become extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third wave of energy storm arrived, Zhuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him, and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after having endured 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Guyi really did not intervene, forget about blocking it with his current strength, he would have difficulty even moving his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with a heart filled with unwillingness. He waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 692. When the final energy storm swept over this open ground, the open ground could be said to be covered with corpses at a glance. It was a tragic sight. Not long ago, the dozens of elite Dodi present had all died at this moment. The manner of each of their deaths was extremely miserable. Their faces also carried an endless amount of horror. None of the people present were able to escape alive under the fire lotus. Even though they were elite Dodi, they had difficulty contending with such a great strength. The open ground that was covered with corpses was completely silent. A dense bloody scent covered the entire open ground. Although the fire lotus had already scattered, its remaining might did not disappear for a long time. Smoke permeated the open ground as a bloody fog rose. Only the statue in the middle of the open ground still stood. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion sounded from the pile of corpses. Soon after, a couple of corpses were sent flying. They forcefully exploded in midair, turning into a cluster of bloody fog that did not scatter. Cough cough. A human figure slowly stood up from the pile of corpses. His figure appeared somewhat miserable. His snow-white clothes were dyed red by fresh blood. The aura within his body was extremely weak. However, he was undoubtedly much better off when compared to these corpses around him. This person was Zhuolin. Finally, at the critical moment when the energy storm swept over, he had borrowed Sun Shua's body and barely managed to block the energy storm. Sun Shua, who was already seriously injured, naturally had no way to survive under the storm. Zhuolin, on the other hand, was also seriously injured despite having survived. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock as he looked at the miserable scene on the open ground. A deep fear lingered within his heart. He had never seen such a frightening scene, nor had he seen such a frightening do technique. He really had difficulty imagining that Xiaoyan was really only a bandit. A bandit was actually able to unleash such a great strength. Even a true elite do had suffered countless deaths and injuries from this attack of his. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of weak existence a so-called elite do would be in Xiaoyan's eyes once he stepped into the ranks of elite do in the future. Zhuolin inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he slowly recovered from the shock that filled his heart. He forcefully controlled the emotions in his heart. Zhuolin's entire body trembled as he lifted his gaze. His gaze scanned the open ground in front of him. A pair of spiritless eyes carefully searched the open ground, hoping to find Xiaoyan's corpse. However, after his gaze carefully swept across the square, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes involuntarily froze. His dry and white lips trembled as he opened them. An expression of disbelief involuntarily appeared on his deathly pale face. Hehe, Zhuolin's voice was hoarse. Although he wanted to say something, in the end he still sat on the ground with a plop sound while his heart was filled with fear. The fear in his heart was even greater at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had carefully swept his gaze over every corpse present. However, in the end he did not see a corpse that matched Xiaoyan's description. He believed that he had definitely not missed anything. Xiaoyan's corpse had indeed disappeared at this moment. Zhuolin could only place the greatest hope in his heart that Xiaoyan had been completely turned into ashes by that storm. Even his corpse was not left behind. Of course, this was the most beautiful fantasy in Zhuolin's heart. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, he did not wish for the other party to have any possibility of surviving. This was because once that happened, it meant that he might once again meet Xiaoyan in the future. He might once again meet the demon in the depths of his heart. In Zhuolin's heart, Xiaoyan was the first person in history to be regarded as a demon. On this point, even the other few geniuses from the four great sects were unable to pose such a threat to him. Xiaoyan's growth potential had already reached an extremely frightening stage. Only by truly destroying such an enemy would his heart be at peace. Otherwise, as long as Xiaoyan did not die, he would definitely become an eternal obstacle in Zhuolin's heart in the future. It might even cause his cultivation to stagnate, and he would be reduced to an ordinary do. This kind of thing was something that he could not accept. However, at this moment, Zhuolin also realized that not only had Xiaoyan's corpse disappeared from the open ground, even the narwhal snake that was wrapped by the energy layer had also disappeared. The appearance of this scene further confirmed the belief in Zhuolin's heart that Xiaoyan was still alive. No. Impossible. How could he have survived? This is not real. This is definitely not real. Xiaoyan, where are you? Come out if you have the ability. What kind of hero are you if you hide your head and show your tail? Get out here. Suddenly, the pale white face of Zhuolin, who was trembling all over, swiftly turned red. His pair of spiritless eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. He waved his large hand abruptly and the golden cloud sword appeared in his palm. He forcefully supported his seriously injured body, appearing as though he was going to fight with Xiaoyan, whose life and death was unknown. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from a certain spot in the open ground. Zhuolin's gaze also abruptly followed it and looked over. Xiaoyan. Zhuolin's voice was extremely hoarse as he let out a furious roar. He forcefully supported his body and his feet violently stepped on a corpse in front of him. Then, he wildly dashed in the direction where the coughing sound came from. At the same time, a human figure covered in fresh blood climbed out of the pile of corpses with great difficulty. From the looks of his appearance, he was the leader of the Hua clan on this trip to the remains Huoba. Although Huoba had temporarily lost his fighting strength in the previous battle, causing him to be unable to maneuver the do qi within his body, he had relied on some of his own tactics at the critical moment to endure those few waves of energy storms with great difficulty. Even though this was the case, the current Huoba was already extremely weak. The current him had great difficulty even crawling his body, much less standing up and maneuvering the do qi within his body. However, he had just climbed out of the pile of corpses and flipped over with great difficulty. His mouth was roughly breathing in the air that was filled with the scent of blood when he heard a hoarse, furious roar being transmitted from far away beside his ear. Soon after, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. By the time he recovered, Zhuo Lin had indeed arrived in front of him. Zhuo Lin's hand raised, and the sword fell. Before Huoba could recover, this three-star Dodi's head had already been separated from his body. After killing Huoba, the body of Zhuo Lin, whose heart was filled with madness, immediately softened. He heavily fell to the ground. Beside him, the golden cloud sword also fell to the ground uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the sharp tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zhuo Lin's throat. Bang! At a certain moment, a human figure climbed up with great difficulty on the open ground that everyone thought was empty. A pair of shady old eyes that were filled with fear looked at Zhuo Lin's current position. Forcefully enduring the intense pain in his body, the old man forcefully maneuvered the few remaining threads of Doqi in the vortex. His feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body flickered a few times before he finally arrived in front of Zhuo Lin. In his weakened state, Zhuo Lin opened his eyes with great difficulty. Only a thin slit could be seen. In his blurry state, he was able to clearly see the person who had arrived. It was the leader of his Zhuo clan, Zhuo Bentang. As a three-star Dodi expert, Zhuo Bentang naturally would not die so easily since Huoba did not die. Zhuo Bentang looked at Zhuo Lin with a grave expression as he arrived in front of him. His heart was filled with worry. Zhuo Lin was the most talented genius in their Zhuo clan, and he did not wish for anything to happen to the latter. Otherwise, even without mentioning this, he would not be able to get past his father, the head of the Zhuo clan. Hence, he did not dare to slight the seriously injured Zhuo Lin in front of him. Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely not let anything happen to you. After muttering these words, Zhuo Bentang frowned and withdrew his gaze. After which, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After he swiftly opened it, a round medicinal pill rolled out from within. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance swiftly spread across the empty space of the deep region. Even the rich bloody smell in the air was washed away at this moment. This medicinal pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was something that Zhuo Bentang had specially prepared for this trip to the remains as a precaution. Originally, he thought that nothing would go wrong during this trip to the remains. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up using this medicinal pill. As he thought of this, Zhuo Bentang could not help but recall the Annihilation Fire Lotus that Xiao Yan had displayed in the end while he sighed emotionally. The strength of that thing was really so great that it was frightening. Even now, Zhuo Bentang's heart was still filled with an endless amount of fear when he recalled it. It was really difficult to imagine that such a great strength was actually unleashed by a bandit. This was really frightening. He did not even dare to imagine how frightening the strength of the Fire Lotus would be if Xiao Yan's strength was a little stronger. Reaching the strength of an 8-star bandit, or even a 9-star bandit, it was likely that even an elite 3-star Dodi like him would not have any chance of surviving. Zhuo Bentang only withdrew his thoughts after feeding the medicinal pill into Zhuo Lin's mouth. His pair of old eyes slowly moved. Finally, they landed on the golden cloud sword beside his feet. Ugh! Letting out a deep sigh, Zhuo Bentang casually gripped the hilt of the gold cloud sword. His pair of gloomy old eyes carefully observed this gold cloud sword in front of him. At the same time, the medicinal pill that had just been swallowed by Zhuo Lin in front of him was also emitting waves of warm medicinal strength. It swiftly healed the injuries within Zhuo Lin's body. While Zhuo Bentang was focusing his attention on the golden cloud sword in his hand, he did not see that Zhuo Lin was currently narrowing his eyes. His gaze was firmly staring at Zhuo Bentang in front of him. There was a dense killing intent quietly flashing deep within his eyes. A couple of minutes later, Zhuo Bentang finally put down the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body moved and he sat cross-legged beside Zhuo Lin, who was lying flat on the ground. After consuming a medicinal pill, he also began to quietly recover from the injuries within his body. At the same time, in a place where the two of them did not notice, a white-clothed Baiying was quietly standing on the statue that stood in the middle of the plaza. However, from the looks of his expression, he did not appear to be in a much better state than Zhuo Bentang. A pair of dense eyes stared at Zhuolin and Zhuobentang, who were lucky enough to survive. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his pale face. It was unexpected that the Zhuo clan had not lost a single person. In this way, he could not take the risk and recklessly attack. It was fine if he was facing Zhuobentang alone. However, since there was an additional Zhuolin, he had no choice but to be extremely careful. A 2-star Dodi was enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Even though Zhuolin was quite seriously injured at this moment, he was still in the same situation. Thinking of this, Bai Ying frowned as he looked at the two people in the plaza. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the qi method within his body and began to recover from the injuries within his body. Bai Ying did not bring any medicinal pills with him when he entered the remains this time around. Those things had already been handed over to Baijan before he entered the remains. This time around, the father and son had entered the remains separately, one in the open and one in the dark. As a 3-star Dodi, Bai Ying naturally did not doubt his own strength. He did not think that there was anyone who could truly hurt him during this trip to the remains. Of course, the current situation had caused him to miscalculate. As for Baijan's side, the father and son had already discussed it. Baijan would not enter the depths of the remains. In order to obtain some of the treasures within the ancient forest, Baijan would definitely take quite a big risk. As a safety precaution, Bai Ying had given all the medicinal pills he had on him to Baijan. As a result, Bai Ying did not have any medicinal pills to consume at this moment. However, at a certain moment, Bai Ying, who was quietly training, suddenly heard the sound of a longsword piercing through a body. When he hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a scene that caused him to be extremely shocked. At this moment, Zhuolin's body, which was originally lying on the ground, had unknowingly stood in front of Zhuobentang. At this moment, Zhuolin was holding the golden cloud sword in his hand and had ruthlessly pierced through Zhuobentang's chest. The appearance of this scene caused Bai Ying to be instantly stunned. In his heart, he had never imagined that as a member of the same clan, Zhuolin would actually try to kill Zhuobentang. It should be known that Zhuobentang had saved his life earlier. It was unexpected that in such a short period of time, Zhuobentang had actually turned around and killed him. This Zhuobentang could be said to be extremely pitiful. Forget about Bai Ying. It was likely that even Zhuobentang himself would not have imagined that the person he wholeheartedly wanted to protect would ultimately become the person who killed him. Before he died, Zhuobentang's pale face revealed an expression of disbelief. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Zhuolin in front of him. His tone was filled with sorrow and despair. I never need a reason to kill. Zhuolin's tone was indifferent as he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the golden cloud sword in his hand was also abruptly withdrawn. Immediately, Zhuobentang's body could not help but twitch. His body softened and fell to the ground. At the same time, the color of life in his eyes rapidly disappeared. At this moment, the two remaining 3-star Dodi had been reduced by 1. Bai Ying, who was on the statue, could not help but coldly laugh in his heart when he saw this scene. He was just about to reveal himself and intervene when his body quickly paused in the same spot. Zhuolin's coldness was not something that he could imagine. Although his strength was only that of a 2-star Dodi, Bai Ying did not dare to act rashly based on his character. Zhuolin was able to be so heavy-handed even to his own family, much less to an outsider like him. Zhuolin would only unleash an even more frightening strength under the pressure of his aura. This was not something that Bai Ying was willing to see. In order to be safe, he needed to plan everything carefully. This was not only for himself but also for the clan behind him. While all of this was happening within the remains, a couple of human figures were slowly standing outside of a snowy mountain on the other side. Even the narwhal snake, which had disappeared from the open ground, had also appeared at this place. The cold wind was desolate and snowflakes danced in the air. The thick snow under one's feet was like mud. Each time one's foot landed, a deep pit would be formed in the snow. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing in this place. Moreover, Tianying's group was also standing beside Xiaoyan. In front of these 4 people was an icy beauty. Her pretty face was cold and indifferent as she stood steadily in the empty space where the cold wind was blowing. A pair of long pretty eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of her. The iciness in her eyes was so dense that even the cold wind in this world could not compare with it. Standing on the snowy ground, the cold air of the world seemed to have helped Xiaoyan suppress the violent energy within his body. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to become a little better at this moment. However, when he looked at this absolute beauty in front of him, a surprise involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. Xiaoyan had never imagined that this person would actually lend a hand at such a critical moment, when he was in a situation where he was certain to die. Moreover, she had even brought Xiaoyan out of the remains. Of course, Xiaoyan was not the only person present who had such thoughts. Tianying's group of 3, who were not far away from him, were also looking at the beauty in front of them with faces filled with surprise. Faced with the latter, they did not dare to reveal the slightest trace of disrespect. Instead, they were as carefree as they were in the past. Their expressions were filled with respect. To be able to cause the 3 great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range to treat her so respectfully, and she was also a woman, there was naturally no need to mention the identity of this person. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, the true ruler of the Shilin mountain range, a super expert whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage. Lungbing Shuang. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 693. This was a world of ice and snow. Cold snow swirled down from high up in the vast sky. It was like a dancer dancing in the wind in the void. Its movements were light and agile. When the large snowflakes flew together, they danced along with the biting cold wind, forming a beautiful scroll in the void. The wonderful combination between the wind and the snow made this world look quite artistic. Thick snow covered the land. No one knew what was hidden under this snow. They only felt that at a glance, this world was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like a piece of white paper that was not tainted by a speck of dust. It was also as elegant and pure as the snow lotus on the heavenly mountain. It was likely that no one would be willing to disturb such a beautiful place. This place was like an uninhabited fairyland. Perhaps, it was the only pure land in this continent. At least in this place, one would not see blood everywhere, nor would one see killing intent. The smoke would be blown away by the cold wind, and anger would be extinguished by the flying snow. However, even though it was an extremely pure and cold land, a couple of human figures were shockingly standing on it at this moment. Beside the human figures was an enormous being. Its body was covered by a layer of materialized energy cuticle. This group of people was surprisingly Xiaoyan's group. Standing in the empty space in front of them was Lung Bingshuang. She was the one who had brought the 4 people in front of her, and the narwhal snake out of the remains. Junior Xiaoyan thanks Elder for lending a hand to rescue me. Xiaoyan looked carefully at the peerless lady in front of him. He finally cupped his hands together, and bowed respectfully to the latter. At the same time, his tone did not dare to be negligent as he said. This time, regardless of whether it was emotional or reasonable, Lung Bingshuang had saved him. Xiaoyan naturally felt grateful to the latter. What he did at this moment was only reasonable. Seeing Xiaoyan act in this manner, the 3 Tianing brothers did not dare to show even the slightest carelessness on their faces. Even Xiaoyan acted in this manner. How would they dare to continue standing here in this manner? The status of the magical beast world was clearly defined. Compared to humans, the strictness of the status between magical beasts was even more well known. When a weak person faced a strong person, they must completely submit. This was the case for the Sky Eagle trio. After glancing at Xiaoyan, the 3 of them looked at each other and knelt down on the snowy ground without hesitation. Get up. Lung Bingshuang faintly said when she saw the 3 people prostrating on the ground. Immediately, she turned her gaze toward Xiaoyan. When the 3 of them heard this, they stood up from the snow. At this moment, Xiaoyan also lifted his gaze and met Lung Bingshuang's gaze. We meet again. Lung Bingshuang's long and narrow eyes stared at Xiaoyan. Her pursed red lips lifted slightly as she spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. That's right, Elder. We meet again. However, this time around, this junior really needs to thank Elder for saving my life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would already be a corpse now. When he saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Lung Bingshuang's mouth, Xiao Yan felt a chill in his heart. He smiled awkwardly as he spoke. At the same time, he hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully towards Lung Bingshuang. When they heard the conversation between the two of them, the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio beside Xiao Yan immediately changed. Many pairs of eyes looked toward Xiao Yan. Only then did they understand that the reason why Lung Bingshuang had brought them out of the remains was because of Xiao Yan. When they thought of this, a surprised expression immediately appeared on the faces of the three of them. They did not expect that with Lung Bingshuang's status, she would actually personally intervene for Xiao Yan. However, when the three of them thought about it in their hearts, they attributed all of this to Morong Qianqian. It was likely because of the latter's status that Lung Bingshuang would intervene for Xiao Yan. Otherwise, a mere human, moreover a half-emperor expert, was no different from grass in Lung Bingshuang's eyes. If there was no reason, Lung Bingshuang would definitely not intervene for him. I don't care about your life or death. You should know what I want in your heart. Where's the bodhisattva pill? When she heard Xiao Yan's words, Lung Bingshuang smiled coldly. A cold light surged in her pair of bright and beautiful eyes. She slowly raised her slender jade-like fingers. With a thought, ice immediately condensed on her fingertips. The ice-cold air that was emitted from it caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble slightly despite the distance. When he heard Lung Bingshuang's words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became somewhat awkward. He did not expect that the woman in front of him would actually ask about the bodhisattva pill. This was really troublesome. After nearly half a year, he had finally found the soul condensation fruit with great difficulty. He had not even swallowed it yet. His soul strength had yet to break through to rank 3. How was he going to refine the bodhisattva pill? When he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but carefully glance at the cold light condensed on Lung Bingshuang's fingertips. His heart immediately turned cold. His emotions, which had just calmed down, immediately became nervous again. At this moment, he was not in his best condition. The violent energy in his body would be dealt with. If he was casually hit by Lung Bingshuang, he would most likely not be able to keep his life. Sigh, he helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. He had really just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. If this woman in front of him really wanted to kill him, even if the current Xiao Yan could immediately return to his peak, it was absolutely impossible for him to be the latter's opponent. Seeing Xiao Yan's difficult expression, Lung Bingshuang could not help but gently knit her brows. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her tone deepened as she said, "Why, it seems that you did not bring the bodhisattva pill to me." As Lung Bingshuang's words fell, the originally cold temperature between the heaven and earth instantly plummeted. The bone-chilling cold caused all the muscles on Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily stiffen. Even the expression on his face quickly became grim. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He forcefully controlled the energy within his body that had already gone berserk. Although his strength was no match for the latter, if this Lung Bingshuang wanted to kill Xiao Yan here and now, Xiao Yan would definitely tell her that he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Cuckoo, you still want to use your Do Qi in front of this queen. Why, you want to fight to the death? Do you think that you have that possibility?" At this moment, the corner of Lung Bingshuang's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile. Soon after, she pointed her finger directly at Xiao Yan. Immediately, an invisible force shot out. Before Xiao Yan could recover, it had already heavily struck his chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled bang sounded. Xiao Yan, who was standing in the snow, immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the snow. The snow collapsed and buried Xiao Yan's entire body, after which, there was no longer any movement. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to change drastically. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Lung Bingshuang would actually suddenly attack Xiao Yan. Given Lung Bingshuang's strength, even if Xiao Yan did not die from that attack, it was likely that he would be seriously injured. The Sky Eagle trio looked at each other and raised their heads when they thought of this. The three pairs of eyes looked towards Lung Bingshuang, who was currently standing in the air. Most of the respect in their eyes had also disappeared at this moment. After interacting with Xiao Yan a couple of times, The relationship between them could already be called friends. Moreover, Xiaoyan had intervened and saved the lives of the three of them not long ago. Their hearts were filled with gratitude toward Xiaoyan. Now that they saw that Leng Bingshuang was actually going to attack and kill him, the hearts of the three of them were naturally unwilling. In the air, the corners of Leng Bingshuang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. She withdrew her finger and smilingly looked at the spot where Xiaoyan was buried by the snow. "Milady." However, at this moment, three voices were suddenly transmitted into Leng Bingshuang's ears. From the sound of it, it seemed that they were complaining about her. "Oh." Leng Bingshuang knitted her eyebrows and looked towards the direction of the voices. Her eyes were looking at the Sky Eagle trio. "Is there something the matter?" Leng Bing's voice was indifferent as she asked. As the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, she had the qualifications to look down from above and face any magical beast in this mountain range. A mere 3 9-star half-emperors were nothing in her eyes. When the three of them heard Leng Bingshuang's words, the invisible aura from her caused their hearts to suddenly sink. As the ruler of this mountain range, just this aura alone was already not something that they could easily resist, much less her strength. "Milady, may I know how Brother Xiaoyan has offended you? Please let him off on account of Miss Morong." In the end, it was still the elder brother of the three. Sky Eagle took a step forward. Even though he was extremely terrified in his heart, he still braced himself and spoke. Hearing these words, Leng Bingshuang's eyebrows immediately lifted slightly. However, she quickly understood. Her eyes swept over the three of them one by one. She emitted a soft laugh from her nose and said, "Who told you that I want to kill him?" The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio immediately changed after these words were spoken. The three of them looked at each other and involuntarily frowned. After which, they once again looked towards Leng Bingshuang. A doubtful expression surfaced in their eyes. Logically speaking, just the aura of Leng Bingshuang's earlier attack was already sufficient to announce Xiaoyan's death. However, the three of them also believed that as the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, the proud and arrogant Leng Bingshuang would definitely not lie. Since this was the case, it also meant that it was indeed as Leng Bingshuang had said. Xiaoyan was not dead. Moreover, the aim of her earlier attack was not to kill Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Eagle trio suddenly turned around. Their gazes simultaneously looked towards the location where Xiaoyan was located. At the same time, a muffled sound was suddenly emitted from a certain part of the snowy ground that had clearly caved in. Soon after, snowflakes flew in all directions like meteors that could easily be seen. The thin snowflakes shot out like darts at this moment. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio changed once again. Soon after, the three of them clearly saw a black figure suddenly leap out from the snowy ground. The figure shot into the sky. After circling a few times in the air, it landed heavily in front of the Sky Eagle trio. The figure stepped on the air and the snowy ground below suddenly collapsed, forming a huge depression. The faces of Tianing and the other two immediately revealed a joyous expression when they saw that Xiaoyan was fine. 3 pairs of eyes carefully sized up Xiaoyan's body. After sensing that the latter was completely fine, the large stone that had been suspended in the hearts of the three of them finally landed heavily. "Brother Xiaoyan, it's great that you're fine. We were really worried sick earlier." The flame lion walked forward and gave Xiaoyan a huge bear hug. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart as he laughed heartily. The moment these words were spoken, Sky Eagle and Xionggang by the side also laughed heartily in succession. Although their voices sounded heroic, one could not detect the suppressed worry within them. Sensing this point, Xiaoyan immediately laughed out loud and agreed. He said, "You are right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have an agreement with this elder. She naturally won't harm me." At the end of his words, Xiaoyan's gaze turned and looked at Leng Bingshuang in the air. The corners of his mouth parted into a smile. Soon after, he once again bowed respectfully towards the latter and said, "Junior Xiaoyan thanks Elder for resolving the energy in my body." Although the attack just now appeared to be terrifying, after it entered Xiaoyan's body, it swiftly suppressed the wild and violent energy in Xiaoyan's body. In this way, Xiaoyan was able to borrow the strength of the flame mantra to swallow and refine all the energy in the shortest time possible. After refining the energy, The aura in Xiaoyan's body had recovered by more than half. Although it was not at its peak, it was still much better than his previous weak appearance. Alright, there's no need to say or do such useless things. If you really want to thank this king, it's best that you bring the Bodhi returning pill to me as soon as possible. Seeing the Bodhi returning pill will be the best way to thank this king. Seeing this scene, Lung Bingshuang's tone was still unusually indifferent. However, at least at this moment, a rare smile surfaced on the latter's delicate and pretty face. It was like a snow lotus that had just bloomed on an ice mountain, and was exceptionally fragrant. Haha, this junior promises elder that within 2 years, I will definitely bring the Bodhi returning pill and personally hand it over to elder. Xiaoyan once again cupped his hands towards Lung Bingshuang as he spoke in a firm tone. Now that he had obtained the soul condensation fruit, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist within half a year. At that time, he would be able to prepare to refine the Bodhi returning pill. As for the other 1.5 years, Xiaoyan was merely taking precautions. He did not dare to make any guarantees regarding the matter that Lung Bing had mentioned. Oh, 2 years, huh? Alright, I'll give you this final deadline. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. At that time, even Qianqian will not be able to protect you. Lung Bingshuang's tone was indifferent as she spoke. Of course, even though she said these words, only she knew the reason behind it. According to Lung Bingshuang's expectations, it was likely that Xiaoyan would need at least 3 more years to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, Xiaoyan's words had indeed caused her to be extremely shocked. She had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to say such words that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. Despite this, Lung Bingshuang was rather happy in her heart. She had been looking forward to the Bodhi returning pill for a long time. Since Xiaoyan himself had said it, she naturally had no objections. Chapter 694. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now? Lung Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiaoyan's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her, and at the enormous being behind them. Narwhal snake. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now? Lung Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiaoyan's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her, and at the enormous being behind them. Narwhal snake. Xiaoyan and the other 3 also turned their gazes over after hearing the words that were emitted from Lung Bingshuang's mouth. Xiaoyan was still alright. He clearly understood everything that had happened on the narwhal snake. His expression did not change much. On the other hand, the 3 of them had placed all their attention on Xiaoyan and Lung Bingshuang. They did not pay much attention to this big fellow behind them. Only when Lung Bingshuang spoke did the 3 of them turn their heads and look over. However, the expressions on the 3 of their faces were immediately startled when they saw the narwhal snake. Soon after, their expressions turned into shock. The thing that caused them to be shocked was not the identity of the narwhal snake. Instead, it was the powerful aura that was being emitted from the energy cuticle on the surface of its body. That aura was so frightening that it was likely that the 3 of them would not be able to contend with it even if they were to join hands. This fellow is actually a Dodi? Only after a couple of breaths did the 3 of them gradually recover. They faced each other and saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. Being the strongest people in the Shilin mountain range with the exception of Lung Bingshuang, they naturally had some understanding of this narwhal snake that had appeared in front of them at this moment. The 3 of them clearly remembered that when the narwhal snake had broken through to become a 9-star bandit, Xiaoyan had just entered the Shilin mountain range. However, in the blink of an eye, the strength of the narwhal snake in front of them had already reached the Dodi class. On the other hand, the gap between them was really unbelievable. Not only is he a Dodi, but he is also a 4-star Dodi. It is likely that his strength should be around that of a 6-star Dodi once he swallows all of this energy. Lung Bingshuang once again spoke in an indifferent tone while the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily exclaimed in surprise. His indifferent words sounded like he did not care at all. However, when these words reached the ears of the 3 of them, it was like a huge rock had been tossed into a calm lake. Immediately, a storm rose in the hearts of the 3 of them. 4-star Dodi? Expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of the three of them. The instant they heard these words, even the breathing from their nostrils abruptly turned sluggish. The shock in their hearts was even harder to describe with words. Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? How long has it been since he broke through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm? Yet he actually… my three brothers, you don't have to be so surprised. It's not that the narwhal snake's cultivation is too fast, it's just that it's gotten a lot of opportunities. Xiaoyan smiled faintly while the flame lion's mouth involuntarily let out a surprised sound. Soon after, he gave the three people in front of him a general description of what had happened in the remains earlier. After hearing Xiaoyan's description, the emotions in the hearts of the three sky eagles finally stabilized. If the narwhal snake had really relied on its own training talent to train all the way up, it would be a little too unbelievable. Xiaoyan's words caused the hearts of the three of them to feel a little better. Even though this was the case, a surprised expression still surfaced on the faces of the three of them at this moment. It was unexpected that the narwhal snake would actually have such a lucky chance. This caused them to be extremely envious. Although the narwhal snake has inherited the inheritance of the inheritance, it is still extremely powerful. Although it has obtained the Doqi inheritance from the owner of the ruins, the energy is far too powerful. That is why it has turned into its current state. Fortunately, I have sensed a powerful devouring power from within its body. From the looks of it, the process of the narwhal snake's breakthrough does not require the intervention of an external force. This is also the best. Letting nature take its course will allow it to raise its strength to the greatest extent. Therefore, we should patiently wait for it to completely absorb all this energy and awaken from it. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the narwhal snake in front of him, which was wrapped in an energy cuticle. His words were filled with joy for the latter. Hearing this, the three sky eagles nodded slightly. Their gazes slowly shifted away from the narwhal snake's body and landed on Xiaoyan in front of them. The expressions in the eyes of the three of them were clearly a little surprised. Xiaoyan's own strength was merely that of a 6-star ban emperor. However, the people he came into contact with seemed to be experts of the Do-D class and above. This point caused them to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, the strangest thing was that there seemed to be no lack of various experts by Xiaoyan's side. First it was the puppet. Then it was the narwhal snake. These two were one thing, but the thing that they did not expect the most was that because of Xiaoyan, even the boss of the Shilin mountain range, Leng Bingshuang, would take action for him. This was really somewhat inconceivable. If this was in the past, not mentioning whether Leng Bingshuang would take action for a 6-star ban emperor, just Xiaoyan's identity as a human was enough for Leng Bingshuang to mercilessly kill him. However, the scene that had appeared in front of them had instantly overturned their understanding of Leng Bingshuang in their hearts. Was it because Leng Bingshuang's attitude had changed, or was it because Xiaoyan was too special? As a result, this king of the Shilin mountain range, whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage, would not act as decisively and swiftly as before when facing him. Brothers, the narwhal snake and I can be considered friends. Previously, it had even risked its life for me. Now that it is in the midst of a breakthrough, it will definitely take a long time. Moreover, I also have other things to do. Therefore, I hope that I can hand it over to the three of you to help take care of it. Just as the three of them were lost in thought, Xiaoyan suddenly cupped his hands towards the three in front of him and spoke in a serious voice. The sudden words were like the sound of a gong, instantly breaking the thoughts in the hearts of the three. They hurriedly recovered. However, before the three of them could nod and agree, an extremely cold aura was faintly transmitted from behind the four of them, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Leave this little fellow to this king to take care of. With its current strength, once it breaks through and goes crazy, the three of them will be no match for it. It is better to leave it to this king to protect it. On one hand, I will help you look after it. At the same time, it can be considered as leaving a hostage with this king. Let's see if you dare to go against the agreement. Leng Bingshuang laughed coldly. Her words contained a cold smile. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became a little sluggish when he heard these words. Soon after, he bitterly laughed helplessly in his heart. Since this person had already spoken, It was likely useless for him to say anything more. He might as well just let her be. In any case, as long as he could ensure that the narwhal snake could safely absorb the energy, Xiaoyan really did not care about anything else. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders gently, indicating that he had no objections. Seeing this, Lung Bingshuang pursed her red lips slightly, revealing a beautiful smile that could topple the world. However, the three of them did not dare to look any longer, and hurriedly lowered their heads. After settling the matter of the narwhal snake, Xiaoyan finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Lung Bingshuang again. At the same time, he cupped his hands respectfully towards the latter, and said in a respectful voice, "This junior will repay the favor of saving my life today and the future. Now this junior still has some matters to attend to. Please forgive this junior for leaving first." Once these words were spoken, Lung Bingshuang, as well as the three of them in the void, turned their gazes over at this moment. Lung Bingshuang frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan. After a few breaths she slowly said, "You can go now. You may leave, but don't forget what you said just now. If I don't see the Bodhi returning pill within 2 years, I will not only kill you, but I will also not let this narwhal snake off." Although her words were spoken slowly, anyone could hear the overbearing meaning within them. Xiaoyan nodded heavily. Soon after, he did not say anything else. After cupping his hands together towards the three of them by the side, he turned his body and swiftly flew out of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three of them. It was a long while after Xiaoyan's figure had disappeared into the distance. Only then did the three of them slowly recover. They lifted their eyes and carefully looked at Lung Bingshuang in the empty space in front of them. They cupped their hands together and bowed respectfully, after which, they turned around and left. "Wait!" At this moment, an icy and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Immediately, the three of them, who had just turned around, were like wooden pillars that were instantly rooted to the ground. Even the expressions on their faces froze in an instant. Gulp! The three of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Their bodies were just like machines as they forcefully turned around. 3 pairs of eyes were somewhat empty as they looked at Lung Bingshuang in the void. "This king has not allowed you to leave and you actually dare to leave?" The soft and lively voice sounded a little magnetic, causing one to be mesmerized. However, at this moment, the three of them did not have any other thoughts in their hearts as they faced Lung Bingshuang in front of them. Lung Bingshuang could be courteous to Xiaoyan, but she might not be courteous to them. She could tolerate Xiaoyan, but she would not show any mercy to them. The actions of the three of them had likely angered this person in front of them. Cold sweat swiftly surged out from the pores of the three of them as they thought of this. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The strong bodies of the 3 men caused an ordinary person to not dare to underestimate them. However, they actually revealed such an expression in the face of a woman who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. It was indeed unbelievable. Of course, if someone knew the true strength of this woman in front of them, it was likely that no one would have such thoughts. The strength of this seemingly frail woman was enough to cause the entire western region to tremble. Soon after, a plop sound was heard as the 3 of them knelt in the void and prostrated themselves towards Lung Bingshuang. "All right, get up. This king does not wish to kill all of you, and is also too lazy to do so." Lung Bingshuang curled her lips in response. She gently shook her head and quickly said, "Bring him back and place him in the Flame Lion's cave. That place can help him refine the energy faster." Ugh! The 3 of them were immediately startled when they heard Lung Bingshuang's words. They were unable to recover for a moment. It was clearly Lung Bingshuang who wanted to keep the narwhal snake. Why did she throw it to them in the blink of an eye? "Humph! Do you really want this king to use him to threaten Xiaoyan?" Lung Bingshuang snorted coldly and said. The 3 of them immediately frowned when these words were uttered. Lung Bingshuang stared viciously at the 3 people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "He is just a half-emperor. If this king really wanted to kill him, why would I need to use him as a threat? Bring him away from this place. Otherwise, this king will throw him into an ice cave, and he will definitely die." The expressions of the 3 of them changed when these words were uttered. Only then did they understand. Immediately, they hurriedly moved while they were secretly surprised in their hearts. The three of them lifted the narwhal snake, which was already wrapped in an energy layer. Only then did they respectfully say something to Lung Bingshuang. Their bodies moved, and they swiftly flew towards their territory. Lung Bingshuang withdrew her gaze when she saw the three of them leaving. She once again looked in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. Her pair of intelligent, pretty eyes slowly narrowed. Immediately, her lovely body, which was suspended in the air, slowly became distorted. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from this snowy land. At the same time, on the other side, Xiaoyan, who was swiftly flying, also involuntarily turned his head to look behind him. His eyes rotated and he ceased thinking about it. The moment he recovered, he activated the sky extinction steps at full speed. Immediately, he transformed into a wild wind and swiftly flew towards the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. 3 days later, on the peak of a certain mountain, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, was seated upright. Both of his hands gradually formed a seal. As Xiaoyan breathed through his nose, waves of turbid natural energy swiftly gathered towards Xiaoyan. They followed the pores on Xiaoyan's body and entered the meridians within his body, after which, after being refined by the heavenly flame, it followed the route of the flame art chi method and finally returned to the vortex space. Although Lung Bingshuang had intervened and helped the wild and violent energy within Xiaoyan's body calm down, it was ultimately only able to suppress it. The modeled energy within it was still not pure enough. After leaving the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan randomly found a place to temporarily settle down. After 3 days of continuous refinement, the energy within his body was finally completely refined. Following Xiaoyan's thoughts, it completely poured into the vortex space. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's eyes slowly opened. While his eyes flickered, there were also traces of excitement surging out. Immediately, Xiaoyan flipped his palm, and an exquisite-looking jade box appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. What was contained within was the spirit condensation fruit. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile reading website M. Chapter 695. The bright golden sun was like a cluster of flames. It emitted a scorching heat that mercilessly sprinkled onto the vast continent below. The deep blue sky was like a calm ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was not even a single cloud in sight. This caused the world that was already filled with high temperatures to appear even hotter. There was very little moisture in the dry air. An ordinary person would become even weaker with every breath they took. However, in this extremely hot world, there was a black-robed human figure who was calmly sitting on a mountain peak. The mountain peak that he was on was definitely the place where the sun was the fiercest in the world. Moreover, in this kind of terrible weather, even some half-emperor experts would not choose to stay here. The appearance of this black-robed human figure naturally appeared extremely strange. Of course, no matter how strange it was, in this Shilin mountain range where almost no one would come to, there would naturally be no one who would discover it. The bright sun hung high in the sky. The trees in the mountain range were pitifully drooping their heads. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan was full of energy. After 3 consecutive days of training, not only had Xiaoyan completely refined the energy in his body, even his aura had completely recovered to its peak. Even though there were still some injuries left in his body, there was no longer any fear. Feeling the powerful fire-type energy that filled the world, Xiaoyan's face revealed a smile. He randomly extended a hand and casually clenched it in the empty space in front of him. Feeling the scorching heat that was transmitted from his palm, a different expression involuntarily surfaced in Xiaoyan's eyes. He did not expect that the fire-type energy in this world that he was currently in would actually be so strong. If he were to use this place to train, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? Of course, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan did not plan to train here. Currently, his strength had temporarily reached a bottleneck. It was clearly unrealistic for him to want to raise his strength again within a short period of time. At this moment, Xiaoyan's vortex had difficulty containing even the slightest bit of dou qi. He sighed in his heart. Such a good place for cultivation did not exist all the time. It would only appear coincidentally at certain times. Moreover, such a strange place existed for a limited time. It could last for a few months. Or it could only last for a few days. It was even possible that it could last for only a few hours. Seeing that he could not use such an excellent training place, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. He helplessly sighed. Xiaoyan gently shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Only then did his gaze return to the jade box in his palm. Seeing the jade box in his hand, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes gradually changed. His face involuntarily revealed an excited expression. After searching for a few months, he had finally obtained it. Soul-gathering fruit. With you, I will definitely be able to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. Xiaoyan spoke in a fervent tone. He could not wait to open the jade box. Immediately, a dense milky white fog spread outwards the moment the jade box was opened. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt as though a hot spring had poured into the depths of his soul. His entire body felt relaxed from inside out. His mouth involuntarily emitted a comfortable moan. It was as though the fatigue that had accumulated over a long period of time had been completely washed away at this moment. His entire body felt refreshed from inside out. Immediately, Xiaoyan's eyes widened. He swiftly recovered his senses. When he looked at the interior of the jade box in his hand, the expression in his eyes was incomparably excited. This was merely the spiritual strength that seeped out from the soul-gathering fruit. It was actually powerful to such an extent. Moreover, its purity could allow anyone to easily swallow it. It must be said that this soul-gathering fruit was truly worthy of being called a spiritual medicine that surpassed the soul baby fruit. It was even more valuable. Huff. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan slowly exhaled. His throat involuntarily moved. There was no need to say more about the fiery expression in his eyes. Rank 3 alchemist. I'm coming. Xiaoyan cried out in excitement. Immediately he no longer hesitated. A thought passed through his mind. Vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his eyebrows and swiftly wrapped around the soul-gathering fruit within the jade box. It was just like a pair of invisible large hands that carefully lifted it up. Immediately Xiaoyan opened his large mouth. Immediately, a magnificent heavenly flame gushed out and similarly carefully wrapped around the soul-gathering fruit. After which, he slowly sent it into his mouth. The moment the palm-sized soul-gathering fruit entered Xiaoyan's mouth, it swiftly melted. Like milk, it followed Xiaoyan's throat and instantly entered Xiaoyan's body. Bang! In the next instant, Xiaoyan's body, which was seated on the mountain peak, suddenly shook. Immediately, an invisible energy storm suddenly swept across the sky above the mountain range with Xiaoyan as the epicenter. At the same time, an extremely frightening spiritual pressure instantly filled the area. At this moment, all the magical beasts within the mountain range were heavily pressed to the ground by this aura. All of them were crawling on the ground while their hearts were filled with fear. Their enormous bodies did not dare to make the slightest movement. Of course, in the face of this frightening spiritual strength pressure, forget about not daring to move. Even if they really dared to move, under this pressure, they were completely unable to move even if they wanted to. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was seated on the mountain peak, was also observing his own body with shock. The wild joy in his heart was difficult to describe with words. At this very moment, the soul-gathering fruit that had entered Xiaoyan's body was suspended within Xiaoyan's vortex. It was coincidentally right above the vortex space. As a milky white light was released from the soul-gathering fruit, waves of majestic and boundless pure spiritual strength continuously swept through Xiaoyan's body. After passing through Xiaoyan's body, it spread in all directions. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. Although he had the intention of using his spiritual strength to merge with it, the enormous spiritual strength that was emitted from the soul-gathering fruit passed through his body, regardless of what Xiaoyan did. It appeared to have ignored him as it continued to spread into the distant empty space. Damn it, why is it like this? The appearance of this scene caused Xiaoyan to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the soul-gathering fruit that he had painstakingly found would end up in such a manner. From the looks of it, if he was unable to retrieve the spiritual strength that had spread out, it was likely that the spiritual strength within the entire soul-gathering fruit would completely disappear in this manner. Using a sieve to draw water was an outcome that Xiaoyan could not accept. Old bone, what's going on? Could it be that I can only watch as this soul energy continues to spread? Hee, brat. The spiritual strength contained within the soul-gathering fruit is indeed the purest and strongest. However, it is naturally impossible to easily swallow and refine it using ordinary methods. After all, it is an item of nature. How can it be so easily swallowed by you? Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiaoyan's request for help. He explained to Xiaoyan, if you really want to devour these spiritual energies, it's best to use the heavenly flame to do a simple refinement before devouring them. Although this will more or less consume some of the spiritual energies, you will still be able to devour most of the spiritual energies. There are gains and losses. Don't be delusional in thinking that there is a perfect method. Xiaoyan finally understood in his heart when he heard these words. It seemed that the spiritual strength of this soul-agglomerating fruit was not so easy to obtain. Being able to easily swallow it was merely because the soul-agglomerating fruit was unable to cause any harm to an ordinary person. However, if one really wanted to swallow it, it would really be difficult to do so without a certain amount of exhaustion. There are gains and losses, huh? Xiaoyan softly muttered what Guyu had said earlier. He involuntarily nodded. Most things in this world were like this. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to lose something. Everything was proportional. Gains and losses were interdependent. Thank you, old Gu, for your guidance. Xiaoyan did not hesitate after thanking Guyu in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and the enormous douqi within the vortex swiftly rotated like a windmill. The brilliant heavenly flame also rose and agglomerated into a beautiful fire medicinal cauldron. The soul-gathering fruit was placed within it. Clang, clang, clang. As expected, with the heavenly flame blocking it this time around, the spiritual strength that had originally spread outwards was indeed restricted by the heavenly flame. The enormous and pure spiritual strength collided back and forth within the medicinal cauldron. The fire medicinal cauldron emitted waves of intense, dang-dang sounds. The entire medicinal cauldron involuntarily trembled. It must be said that the spiritual strength contained within the soul-gathering fruit was frighteningly powerful. Fortunately, this thing did not possess any destructive strength to an ordinary person. Otherwise, with the strength of this spiritual strength, it was likely that it would be enough to shatter Xiaoyan's spiritual strength after a countless number of attacks. Refine it. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth after a short moment of surprise in his heart. At the same time, the turbulent heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron that was suspended within Xiaoyan's vortex also surged up like an ancient magical beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward the soul-gathering fruit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the soul condensation fruit also seemed to have an independent reaction. After the milky white fruit buzzed and trembled, a large amount of pure spiritual energy swiftly surged out from the soul condensation fruit. In the blink of an eye, a layer of seemingly invisible spiritual energy condensed on the surface of the soul condensation fruit, tightly protecting the soul condensation fruit within it. Chi. With the cover of this layer of spiritual strength, the attack of the heavenly flame was temporarily blocked. The spiritual strength on it was being refined at an extremely slow speed under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame. Although this method was indeed effective, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have to spend quite a lot of time on this soul-gathering fruit if he were to really do it this way. It is unexpected that this thing actually has an independent defense. It is indeed worthy of being the soul-gathering fruit. However, if it is only like this, you should obediently allow me to refine it. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise in his heart. Soon after, however, a cold smile surfaced on his face. At the same time that his mind looked inside, he controlled the enormous douqi within the vortex within his body. It surged out like a furious yellow river, agglomerating into a huge douqi dragon within the vortex. After which, it charged into the medicinal cauldron. Roar! A low and deep dragon roar was suddenly emitted from within the medicinal cauldron the instant this enormous douqi was poured in. Soon after, the brilliant flame became even more violent as it charged toward the soul-gathering fruit. Chi. Compared to a moment ago, under the powerful might of the heavenly flame, The layer of spiritual barrier on the surface of the soul condensation fruit was like ice that had met fire as it swiftly melted. Within a short moment, the spiritual barrier was about to shatter. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, another wave of dazzling intense light flickered on the soul-gathering fruit. A powerful spiritual strength immediately surged out from within, and swiftly poured into the spiritual barrier. Humph, you still want to condense it? Break it. Xiaoyan immediately let out a loud cry in his heart when he saw this scene. At the same time, the ferocious heavenly flame that was surrounding the soul-gathering fruit within the medicinal cauldron transformed into a large, heavenly flame dragon in the blink of an eye. The dragon twisted its body. The moment the enormous spiritual strength was about to surge into the spiritual barrier, the enormous dragon widened its large mouth and violently bit the spiritual barrier, which was already on the verge of shattering. Bang! The spiritual barrier could not endure for even a short instant before it shattered with a bang. Soon after, the soul-gathering fruit below was swallowed by the huge dragon. Bang! The instant the soul-gathering fruit was swallowed by the huge fire dragon, an even more ferocious flame within the fire medicinal cauldron immediately swarmed forward. It was just like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey as it crazily refined the soul-gathering fruit that was heavily surrounded by the heavenly flame. At this moment, no matter how much spiritual strength surged out from the soul-gathering fruit, it would be swiftly torn apart by the surrounding heavenly flame. It would be broken down and swallowed one by one. As the spiritual strength was continuously refined by the heavenly flame, wisps of even purer spiritual strength slowly rose from the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. Finally, they poured into the soul bead deep within his mind. After breaking the spiritual barrier, the refinement of the soul-gathering fruit naturally became much easier. From now on, the refinement of the soul-gathering fruit would no longer face any difficulties. At this moment, Xiaoyan only needed to have sufficient patience to use the remaining time to slowly refine it with the heavenly flame. He was neither anxious nor impatient. He believed that it would not be long before the spiritual strength within the soul-gathering fruit would be completely swallowed by him. At that time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would be able to undergo a breakthrough, allowing him to step into the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Chapter 696. The process of swallowing the soul-condensing fruit lasted for a total of 3 months. During these 3 months, the spiritual strength contained within the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind grew stronger by the day. The spiritual strength within the soul-condensing fruit was continuously transferred to the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind. After 3 months of continuous refinement, the size of the soul-condensing fruit within the vortex had undergone a huge change. The soul-condensing fruit, which was originally the size of a palm, was now only the size of a soybean. Even so, if one were to carefully examine it, one would discover that the spiritual strength contained within it was still terrifyingly powerful. Around the soul-condensing fruit, the surging heavenly flame was like a wild lion roaring furiously. The beautiful flame released a terrifyingly high temperature that could melt mountains and break seas. It condensed into a medicinal cauldron that surrounded the soul-condensing fruit. As the heavenly flame rose, the high temperature was released. Threads of milky white qi slowly floated up from the soul-condensing fruit. Then, following the guidance of the heavenly flame, it passed through the channels and internal organs within Xiaoyan's body. Finally, it reached the soul bead in the depths of his mind. Such a careful and meticulous refinement process was like spinning silk from a cocoon. An ordinary person would not be able to imagine it, and would not be able to calm down to do it. If it was someone else, it was likely that they would choose to give up in less than 3 days and use an even more violent method to directly refine it. However, Xiaoyan's mental state did not change in the slightest during the process of refining the soul-condensing fruit. Instead, he persisted for a total of 3 months. Just based on this point, it was enough to prove just how tough Xiaoyan's mental state was. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. At this moment, the size of the condensing soul fruit in Xiaoyan's cyclone was reduced to the size of half a grain of rice. It would not be long before it was completely refined by Xiaoyan. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. As night fell, the pitch-black night sky was densely covered with stars. The entire area was enveloped by a scorching aura. The magical beasts in the mountain range were unable to sleep in peace. Occasionally, irritated roars would resound across the mountain range. These fellows had not had a good rest for a long time. This damned weather had caused them to suffer quite a bit. If they could break through the sky above their heads, they would definitely not be stingy. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was calm. The expression on his face did not change because of the environment. He who had been bitterly training outside for many years had long adapted to any environment in this world. Even if it was a hopeless situation in the eyes of ordinary people, in Xiao Yan's eyes, there would definitely be a chance of survival. Unknowingly, a fish-belly white color faintly rose from the horizon. Soon after, a dense light gradually spread across the entire land. The sun was high in the sky, when the last wisp of spiritual strength, which had been refined until it was extremely pure, entered the soul bead in Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Yan's originally calm-seated body suddenly shook at this moment. His body, which had been seated cross-legged for over 3 months, would have been treated as a statue if no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment this statue, which had been completely isolated from the outside world, finally woke up from its long slumber. Hum hum hum. Soon after, a pair of clear eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, an invisible, vast spiritual pressure rapidly swept out from Xiao Yan's body like a tsunami. With Xiao Yan's body as the center, a circle of invisible energy ripples rapidly formed around Xiao Yan. It was like an invisible wall that was several hundred meters tall, and possessed a shocking aura. Rumble. The instant the invisible energy ripples swept out, the entire mountain range violently shook at this moment. Huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs, and rumbling sounds exploded in the mountain range like muffled thunder. The mountain peak that Xiao Yan stood on violently shook, and huge cracks appeared on it. The cracks rapidly spread, and in the end, those dense cracks even enveloped the entire mountain. It was as if it would instantly collapse with a gentle push. Slowly raising his pitch-black eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze seemed to be empty as he stared at the empty space before him. At the same time, the enormous spiritual strength that swept out also rapidly swept towards the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, all kinds of powerful magical beasts within the mountain range appeared within the range of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength's probing. First, there were some 7-star half-emperor level magical beasts. Then there were 8-star magical beasts. In the end, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength arrived at a rather hot volcano. The size of this volcano was absolutely at the forefront of the entire Shilin mountain range. As his spiritual strength spread out, Xiao Yan could not help but smile in his heart. This was the residence of the Flame Lion. Smiling faintly in his heart, Xiao Yan's mind moved, and the enormous spiritual strength continued to penetrate, directly entering the volcano. He wanted to observe the Flame Lion's current movements. However, after a short moment, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled in his heart. In the depths of the volcano, he actually felt a rather powerful energy. Moreover, within that energy, there was a somewhat familiar aura. Carrying the curiosity and doubts in his heart, Xiao Yan controlled his spiritual strength to continue to penetrate deeper. At the same time, he was also thinking about the answer in his heart. When Xiao Yan's spiritual strength arrived at the bottom of the volcano, in the stone room where magma was surging, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength discovered that the Flame Lion and the other two were there. At the same time, in the sky above the magma, there was a huge beast that was wrapped in a powerful energy layer. It was also entrenched in the air. As waves of scorching aura rose from the magma, the energy layer on the surface of the huge beast's body emitted a lustrous light. Soon after, Xiao Yan could clearly see traces of energy flowing along the huge beast's body. After circling for a while, it flowed into the latter's body. Narwhal snake. Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled. He had never imagined that he would actually see the narwhal snake here. Logically speaking, this fellow should have been taken away by Lung Bingshuang. Why was it now? Who is it? How dare you act so presumptuously in the Shilin mountain range? Just as the emotion within Xiao Yan's heart had changed, the Flame Lion and the other two, who were seated cross-legged around the magma, appeared to have sensed something. Numerous pairs of eyes that were filled with solemnness instantly lifted their heads and looked above their heads. After being discovered by the three, Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his spiritual strength. The powerful spiritual strength that had spread out over 1,000 miles was withdrawn in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Xiaoyan regained his senses. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He had never imagined that the narwhal snake would actually appear in the Flame Lion's cave. However, after a rough guess, Xiaoyan came to an understanding in his heart. All of this was probably Lung Bingshuang's idea. She said that she would take the narwhal snake away in order to put pressure on him, so that he would pay attention to the matter of the Bodhi returning pill. In reality, she had never planned to kill the narwhal snake from the start. Otherwise, she would not have asked Tianning and the rest to place the narwhal snake at the bottom of the volcano in order to speed up the narwhal snake's devouring and refining of the energy stratum. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a smile. It seemed that this Lung Bingshuang was not as cold as she seemed on the surface. On the other side, Tianning and the other two had grave expressions on their faces. The frightening spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared earlier had caused their minds to tremble. The strength of that spiritual strength was far from what they could compare with. What a frightening spiritual strength! Who exactly is that fellow? Yanshi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a lingering fear. Even though he had a fiery temper, his heart involuntarily trembled in the face of that powerful spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared earlier. As a magical beast, his sensitivity towards powerful auras was far superior to that of an ordinary human. When that spiritual strength had descended on this place earlier, he had clearly sensed just how powerful that spiritual strength was. The owner of that spiritual strength is either a rank 3 alchemist or a fellow with frighteningly powerful strength. Tianying's expression was gloomy. It could be said that it was a disgrace for someone to spy on their territory. However, they also understood just how frightening the strength of the person who was spying on them was. Regardless of whether that person's identity was the former or the latter, he was a frightening existence that they could not easily offend. Currently, even though they had 10,000 dissatisfaction in their hearts, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Be careful. Inform those brats in the Shilin mountain range to be alert. Once a strong enemy attacks, they must inform this place immediately. Otherwise, if anything happens to that fellow, forget about the Lord. We will also have difficulty explaining ourselves to Brother Xiaoyan. Tianying's tone was solemn as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the two beside him nodded their heads repeatedly. Soon after, they each moved and left the bottom of the volcano. As for Tianning, he stayed behind to guard the narwhal snake. After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan also turned his gaze back, and it landed on his spiritual strength, which had soared. As he sensed the surging spiritual strength contained within the soul bead in his mind, Xiaoyan could not help but feel excited. Ever since he had obtained the pill formula for the ice spirit pill, Xiaoyan had been thinking day and night about when he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist. After nearly 3 years, he had finally managed to do so today. Now that his spiritual strength had reached rank 3, the current Xiaoyan had finally met the first requirement to refine the ice spirit pill. However, even though the problem of his spiritual strength had been resolved, there was still another problem that was placed in front of Xiaoyan. If he was unable to resolve this problem, he would still be unable to refine the ice spirit pill. Fire plume flower. Besides the ice spirit liquid, there was still one more ingredient missing to refine the ice spirit pill, and that was the fire plume flower. The fire plume flower was one of the more precious fire attribute medicinal ingredients. According to Xiaoyan's knowledge, not only was this fire plume flower extremely valuable, even the environment in which it grew was extremely strict. Ever since he had come to the Yuanwu continent, Xiaoyan had never heard of any information about this medicinal ingredient. Right now, this fire plume flower had become Xiaoyan's final problem. If he was unable to find the fire plume flower, even if Xiaoyan obtained the ice spirit liquid, he would still be unable to refine the ice spirit pill. As such, Xiaoyan would also be unable to devour the bone-freezing fire and raise his strength. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. Even though the fire plume flower was not easy to find, now was not the time to be anxious. He could naturally slowly search for the fire plume flower. However, right now there was another thing that constantly reminded Xiaoyan. With a flip of his palm, a ray of light flashed and an ancient scroll appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This scroll was the ancient scroll that he had obtained from the desolate ancient ruins. Even though he did not know what exactly was inside this scroll, Xiao Yan had a faint feeling that this scroll would bring him quite a pleasant surprise. With a trace of joy in his heart, Xiao Yan's hands slowly unfurled the scroll. The first thing that entered his eyes was a golden parchment. The parchment was made of a special material, and even with Xiao Yan's eyesight, he was unable to discern what exactly it was. However, Xiao Yan did not care about this. Immediately after, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes were 5 large characters that were written in flowing calligraphy. For Saint Manifestation Skill. The instant he saw these 4 words, Xiao Yan's entire mind was immediately startled. The instant Xiao Yan turned around, a strange feeling gushed out from the bottom of his heart. While carrying that strange feeling, Xiao Yan slowly unfurled the scroll in his hand. The instant the scroll was completely unfurled, a bright ray of light was released from the scroll and transformed into 4 figures in front of Xiao Yan. The 4 figures were all human, and were only the size of an ordinary person's palm. Their bodies were slightly illusory and their entire bodies flickered with a dazzling golden light. Numerous mysterious symbols were formed around the human figures, and each of them wrapped around the bodies of the 4 human figures. Seeing the 4 human figures that had been formed in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. Such a strange scene caused him to feel somewhat suspicious in his heart. After observing for a long while, he still could not tell what exactly these 4 human figures were. He could not even tell whether they were Do skills or Qi methods. What the hell is this? Xiao Yan's face was at a loss. The golden light that was projected flickered for a moment before disappearing. At this moment, the only things that appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes were these 4 somewhat illusory human figures. Even the scroll in their hands appeared ordinary and did not have any reaction. A stunned expression was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. He could not just stare at the 4 illusory human figures in front of him. Could he? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. A long while later, he finally raised his hand with a stomach filled with doubt. He carefully extended a finger and gently pressed it on one of the 4 human figures. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 697. The instant Xiao Yan's finger touched the figure in front of him, the soul bead in the depths of Xiao Yan's eyebrows began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Soon after, an enormous amount of spiritual energy surged out from the soul bead, and rapidly surged into the 4 figures in front of Xiao Yan. After this enormous amount of spiritual energy was forcefully absorbed, Xiao Yan's mind was also forcefully sucked in. All of this happened in the instant Xiao Yan's finger touched the golden figure. When Xiao Yan regained his senses and was about to let out a cry of surprise, he discovered that he had actually appeared in another space. Xiao Yan's slightly open mouth slowly closed. His gaze gradually lifted up and looked at the world in front of him. A pair of dark black eyes reflected a golden bright glow. The boundless world was filled with enormous golden-colored symbols. They were like numerous enormous metal chains that penetrated the sky. Looking from a distance, these symbols were faintly agglomerating into the shape of a circular ring. Xiao Yan did not really understand what was going on. Every golden symbol would emit a faint golden brilliance. Most of the golden light in this space was also emitted from these symbols. Like water vapor, it transformed into tiny golden particles that scattered throughout the entire space. When Xiao Yan continued to focus his eyes and look, he could clearly see that there were some huge contours within these enormous golden rings. They were like arcs, but they would suddenly twist and turn. They were like straight lines, but they could also suddenly fold and transform into arcs. The entire huge contours did not have the slightest bit of logic, and there was no trajectory to follow. One could not find the starting point, and did not know where it ended. What exactly is this place? Looking at this somewhat strange scene from a distance, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. His flat forehead could not help but frown slightly. After carefully observing for a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were only able to see 4 extremely large golden light rings. Moreover, those light rings appeared to be continuing to expand without him realizing it. Even the strange outlines within them were also expanding. Xiao Yan's body appeared just like a tiny ant in this place. He raised his head high, but was unable to see any part of this world. However, this kind of situation was actually becoming even more serious. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Carrying the anger in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a low roar. A thought passed through his mind, and he was about to raise the dou qi in his body. Only then did he recover. His current state was only his consciousness. He was completely relying on his spiritual strength. It was impossible for him to have the slightest dou qi to be used. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed softly. Although he had the intention of withdrawing his mind from this space, he quickly realized that his consciousness had actually been cut off from the outside world. Based on the current situation, unless Xiao Yan was able to discover the strangeness of this space, it was likely that he would never be able to leave this place. Just as Xiao Yan was feeling extremely anxious in his heart, the space in front of him suddenly distorted intensely. Immediately, an old man wearing a long golden robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The moment he saw the old man, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. He was greatly shocked in his heart. At the same time, his feet involuntarily took a few steps back. After which, he carefully looked at the other party. Currently being in this strange space, Xiao Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Who knew if this old man in front of him had any tricks up his sleeves that were waiting for him? Haha kid, don't worry. This old man is just a remnant soul. I'm just struggling at death's door to wait for the person who obtained this scroll. I won't be able to hurt anyone. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually kept retreating, the old man could not help but chuckle softly. He gently stroked his beard with one hand. His old face was full of smiles, appearing rather amiable. Hearing the old man's words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually relaxed. He gently exhaled, but his gaze was still carefully staring at the old man in front of him. After a few breaths, he gently frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "Senior, you said that you're waiting for someone. May I know who that person is?" "Haha, a fated person," the old man replied with a chuckle. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused, but he did not dare to be careless in his heart. "The person Senior is referring to, it's you." Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, the old man quickly opened his mouth. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also suddenly became stern. "Senior, I'm afraid that you've got the wrong person. This junior is currently trapped within this scroll, and my consciousness is unable to leave. How can I be considered a fated person? Don't tell me that being trapped here means that I'm a fated person? If that's the case, this junior would rather withdraw and be an idle person." Xiao Yan's tone was cold. Not only did this so-called four-saint manifestation skill not bring him any benefits, it had even trapped him here for a long time. How could this be considered a treasure? From Xiao Yan's point of view, this was a trick to harm others. "Haha young man, you're not young at all. Cuckoo little child. You are young but your character is extremely impatient. You can't just look at the surface of things, and you can't just rely on the naked eye to summarize everything. If you want to obtain strength, how can you not experience hardships and tribulations? Moreover, this dou technique itself possesses a special characteristic. If you want to practice it, you will naturally have to pay a price. Otherwise, do you think that you can easily practice all the dou techniques after obtaining them?" The old man seemed to have already prepared a countermeasure to Xiao Yan's words. Moreover, looking at his familiar manner, it was likely that this was not the first time that he had said such words to someone. Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally knit his brows tightly together and calmed down. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, the old man's words were correct. When one obtained something, one would also have to pay a corresponding price. Only by paying a price would there be a reward. There was no free lunch in this world. Currently, to Xiao Yan a low-class dou technique might be easy to practice, but at the same time, the increase that it brought to Xiao Yan was pitifully little. Similarly, a high-class dou technique might be unceasingly practiced, but its strength was similarly something that an ordinary dou technique could not compare with. Perhaps, this space in front of him was Xiao Yan's greatest test before he obtained this E-class dou technique. However, although he had this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan really did not know how to find a method to break this vast space in front of him. This space was so vast that it was likely that he would have to spend an endless amount of time just to walk through it, much less find a method to practice this Do technique. Cuckoo brat, sometimes the eyes can deceive people. If you overly rely on your eyes, perhaps what you will obtain will only be an even bigger lie. The old man faintly opened his mouth. His words contained some caution. When these words were transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears, it caused the expression on the latter's face to change slightly. Immediately, he lowered his head and carefully pondered the old man's words. A moment later, when Xiao Yan once again raised his head, he saw that the old man who was in front of him a moment ago had already disappeared. The space in front of him was still slowly expanding. In Xiao Yan's eyes, everything gradually became further and further away. He was just like a speck of dust in this space, tiny and invisible. Overly relying on one's eyes can also deceive people. Eyeing the vast and boundless space in front of him, Xiao Yan repeatedly muttered these two sentences in a soft voice. His dark black eyes repeatedly swept across the space in front of him. The breathing from his nose had unknowingly become rough. It was a long while later that Xiao Yan finally hardened his heart. Both of his eyes were tightly shut, and he forced himself to no longer look at the space in front of him. He threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart, and no longer thought about anything. He tried his best to forget about the space in front of him. Even the scroll was also suppressed by Xiao Yan in the bottom of his heart. He acted as though all of this had never happened. He did not open the scroll, nor did he obtain it. He calmly recalled his appearance when he was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He recalled the cool breeze that brushed past his ears, and felt the hot fire energy in the air. The emotions in his heart also gradually stabilized. His agitated heart slowly returned to calmness. It was like the surface of a lake after a hurricane. The storm had scattered and it was as quiet as a mirror without any ripples. The breathing from his nose gradually returned to calmness. Every inhalation and exhalation was orderly, steady and powerful. His aura was thick. From this, one could tell that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It was a long while later that Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, finally slowly opened them. His heart was completely calm. The matter of the four saint manifestation skill seemed to have been completely forgotten by him, and was completely thrown out of his mind. When the first ray of light shot into the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes through the slits of his eyes, the scene that was reflected in his eyes was an azure sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. The instant Xiao Yan completely opened his eyes, what appeared in front of him was a vast mountain range. The sky was azure while the land was lush and lush. The mountain range was like a cluster. Looking at this scene that was brimming with life, it was naturally the Shilin mountain range that Xiao Yan was in. Ah! His throat could not help but emit a cry of surprise. The expression on his face could not help but change. However, it was quickly and perfectly restrained. Regardless of whether the previous incident had happened or not, Xiao Yan's mental state had been raised by quite a bit. When Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze and looked in front of him, the corners of his mouth revealed a happy smile. In front of this smiling expression, the ancient scroll had been completely unfurled in the air. It was suspended in mid-air. Rays of golden light shot out from it, and condensed into 4 human figures in front of Xiao Yan. Compared to before, these 4 human figures were undoubtedly more solid. The runes on the 4 halos that were originally suspended around the human figures had also completely condensed on their bodies. Looking at the 4 human figures in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart was calm this time around. He was no longer as nervous as before. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yan raised his hand. Boundless spiritual strength surged out from his palm, and extended out like branches. Soon after, it poured into the 4 human figures in front of him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The instant the spiritual strength poured in, the surface of the 4 golden human figures flickered with waves of golden light. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his consciousness poured into the 4 human figures. Soon after, the familiar scene from before once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. It was still a space filled with golden light. However, compared to before, this space appeared extremely small. It could only fit a dozen people. At this very moment, 4 human figures were standing in this space. In front of these 4 human figures, Xiao Yan's somewhat illusory figure was also standing leisurely. The size of the 4 human figures was no different from an ordinary person. Their bodies even looked stronger. Their faces were expressionless. However, they revealed a stern aura that caused one to not dare to look directly at them. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's heart was calm as he faced the other party's gaze. That murderous aura, which possessed a deterrent force to an ordinary person, was broken by itself in front of Xiao Yan. 4 Saint Manifestation Skill, Middle-Level Spirit Class Do Technique. It mainly relies on one's physical strength. It is divided into 4 parts: Wing Elephant Skill, Golden Elephant Skill, Strength Elephant Skill, and Giant Elephant Skill. Within the space, the old voice that he had heard earlier was once again transmitted. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly. Soon after, he followed the latter's words and carefully listened. Wing Elephant Skill represents speed. Practicing it can greatly increase the explosive strength of one's physical body. Within a certain limit, one can rely on one's physical body to erupt with an unusually fast speed. Once practiced to perfection, one can collapse mountains and rivers with a single step and take one's life. All it takes is a single step. Golden Elephant Skill represents defense. With the body of a diamond, it is indestructible and unbreakable. Once practiced to perfection, one can rely on one's physical body to block Do Qi. One's physical body is like a saint. Strength Elephant Skill represents offensive strength. One's fist can shatter the world. One's strength can collapse mountains and rivers. No one can block the might of one's fist. Giant Elephant Skill can use this to change one's body shape. Once the giant elephant is unleashed, the world is like an ant and all living things are beneath one's feet. Under full strength, its strength is comparable to an E-class Do technique. However, if one wants to practice it, one must first master the first 3. After a long-winded general explanation, Xiao Yan also had a general understanding of this so-called 4 Saint Manifestation Skill. Although the description was exaggerated, its general meaning was not only speed, defense, strength, and body shape. Overall, these 4 skills also had their own unique characteristics. Being able to concentrate on one point to practice would undoubtedly greatly increase one's control over one's physical body. Under normal circumstances, choosing one of the 4 skills would undoubtedly leave the other 3 behind. However, now that these 4 skills had been merged into one, there was naturally no need to worry about anything else when practicing it. At the very most, it was just a matter of order. As long as Xiao Yan focused on practicing, he had the ability to completely master the 4 Saint Manifestation Skill. At that time, once he used it, in addition to other methods, it was likely that he would also have the ability to fight against a Do Di. Even defeating him would not be a problem. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 698. A respectful expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he stared at the 4 figures in front of him. According to what he had heard from the old man's voice, the 4 golden figures in front of him were not ordinary people. The 4 of them were super body tempering experts whose names had once shaken the continent. Their body tempering techniques had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Just by relying on the strength of their physical bodies, even the super strong Origin Emperor and Origin Sect experts would not be their match if they went all out. It was even said that the old man who specialized in the giant elephant skill had once fought with an Origin Venerate without being at a disadvantage. His strength could be said to be terrifying. The so-called 4 Saint Manifestation Skill was a Do skill created by combining the strengths of these 4 individuals. They complemented each other and complemented each other. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery expression as his gaze landed on the old man who represented the giant elephant skill. According to the introduction of this Do skill, the giant elephant skill was naturally the strongest among the 4 figures. If he was able to cultivate the giant elephant skill to its peak, Xiao Yan would have the ability to fight even an Origin Venerate expert. At that time, why would he need to worry about the 4 great sects of the Western region? However, although this idea was good, Xiao Yan also understood that the giant elephant skill was clearly a fusion of the first 3 skills. If he wanted to cultivate the giant elephant skill, Xiao Yan would first have to master the wing elephant skill, the golden elephant skill and the force elephant skill. Otherwise, no matter how strong Xiao Yan's physical strength was, he would still be unable to cultivate the Four Saint manifestation skill to its true peak level. Hence, it could be said that Xiao Yan only had 3 skills to choose from when he first started cultivating the Four Saint manifestation skill. Moreover, in order to raise his strength as much as possible within a short period of time, Xiao Yan could only choose from these 3 skills. He would first cultivate one of them before cultivating the others one by one. Xiao Yan could not help but curl his lips crazily when he thought of this. He had never imagined that he would end up in such a state after obtaining such a treasure. He just did not know how powerful each of the 3 skills would be. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, Xiao Yan's gaze finally swept over the 3 golden human figures in front of him. The one standing on the far left was the wing elephant spell. After using it, it could increase the explosive power of one's physical body. Relying on one's physical body to erupt with a powerful force in an instant, it would greatly increase one's speed. Xiao Yan stared at the first figure for a long time. In the end, he shook his head slowly. With the addition of the sky extinction step, Xiao Yan was confident that in terms of speed, even some elite Do-Di might not be able to compare with him. Therefore, it was likely that Xiao Yan did not need this wing elephant skill for the time being. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, his footsteps also paused in front of the second human figure. His dark black eyes stared at the golden human figure in front of him as Xiao Yan's heart quietly hesitated. The golden elephant skill was known for its defense. After practicing it, one's physical defense would be invincible and indestructible. One could even rely on the strength of the golden elephant skill to forcefully receive Do skills. The toughness of one's defense was something that even some elite body refiners would not be able to compare with. Looking at the golden elephant skill in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but move slightly. The strength of those elite Do-Di was terrifyingly strong. Xiao Yan was already extremely fearful of them. If he had the golden elephant skill, he might be able to increase his chances of survival. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yan was about to choose the golden elephant skill. However, Xiao Yan's hand, which had just been lifted, suddenly shrank and was withdrawn. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the third golden figure. The force elephant skill was known for its offensive strength. If he were to practice it, it would definitely be able to greatly increase Xiao Yan's fighting strength. From there, he would have a greater chance of defeating his opponent in battle. Looking at the force elephant skill in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but look at the golden elephant skill in front of him. One for offense and one for defense. Although both were extremely good, it was a pity that the current Xiao Yan could only choose between the 2. Looking at the 2 figures in front of him, Xiao Yan's calm state of mind could not help but fluctuate once again. The force elephant skill could suppress the enemy while the diamond body could protect one's life. These kinds of choices were often the most difficult to make. His gaze swept back and forth between the 2 figures in front of him. Some sweat involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. In the end, Xiao Yan simply closed his eyes once again. Out of sight, out of mind. He was making a difficult choice in his heart. Buzz. After nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. This time, Xiao Yan's gaze unwaveringly landed on the force elephant skill. And this was the choice that Xiao Yan had made. As the saying goes, offense is defense. Offense is the best defense. Since that is the case, I will choose you. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. Soon after, his palm slammed onto the body of the third golden human figure. Qi. Following the emitting of a low and deep qi sound, the golden-colored human figure immediately burst apart, transforming into a golden light that swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's palm. Within this golden light, the cultivation method of the force elephant skill was recorded. Buzz buzz. Immediately, in the outside world, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly as his consciousness withdrew from the scroll in front of him. With a look of joy in his eyes, Xiao Yan raised his head. At this moment, there were only 3 other figures that appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With regards to this, Xiao Yan understood in his heart. The force elephant skill on the scroll was now firmly imprinted in his mind. Naturally, there would be one less figure. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Soon after, Xiaoyan clasped his hands together and kept the scroll that was spread out in front of him. The three figures in midair also disappeared along with it. After carefully keeping the scroll, Xiaoyan finally withdrew his thoughts. With a thought, the majestic spiritual strength in his mind swiftly spread out. After carefully investigating the nearby mountain range, Xiaoyan withdrew his spiritual strength. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a purple gold flowing light immediately shot out. It transformed into the appearance of the Northern King in the empty space beside Xiaoyan. After doing all this, Xiaoyan was finally completely at ease. Both of his hands formed the training seal as the thoughts in his heart swiftly surged into his mind. He carefully flipped through the Force Elephant skill that he had just obtained. As a middle-level Spirit Do technique, the Force Saint Manifestation skill naturally had its unique points. Just the initial comprehension of this Force Elephant skill alone had already taken Xiaoyan quite a lot of time. It was naturally not difficult to practice a Spirit Do technique. However, the important thing was to comprehend it. If one was unable to understand the essence of the Do technique, even if one practiced it, one would definitely not be able to unleash its full power. Xiaoyan had always had high expectations of himself. When practicing a Do technique, it was naturally impossible for him to understand half of it. He had to reach the stage where he could understand it thoroughly before he could give up. As expected, in order to be able to unleash the true power of the Force Elephant skill, Xiaoyan sat on the mountain peak that was on the verge of collapse for another half a month. During this half a month, Xiaoyan was like an old monk in meditation. His entire body did not move at all. Even the breath from his nose was merged with the sky. If one did not carefully observe, one would really think that the person sitting there was a dead person. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak for nearly 4 months, finally opened his eyes once again. The instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes, a sharp golden light shot out from deep within Xiaoyan's eyes like 2 sharp arrows. It pierced through the empty space and disappeared into the empty space 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. Who? Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for half a month. Immediately, the corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into a smile. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. After half a month of bitter searching, Xiaoyan had finally grasped the essence of this Force Elephant skill. The Force Elephant skill emphasized the use of one's physical strength. It emphasized the use of one's physical strength. Every inch of strength had to be unleashed with several times the strength. Only in this way would one be able to obtain the final victory on the battlefield. The physical strength itself was not comparable to Do Qi. Regardless of whether it was the latter's endurance or the strength of the strength, the physical strength could not be compared to the latter. However, the advantage of the physical strength was its explosive speed. Any action could be completed with a thought, and did not require a certain amount of time like using a Do technique. This also gave the former the opportunity and time to obtain victory. However, regardless of how fast one's speed was, one's physical strength was ultimately just one's physical body. One would never be able to erupt with a terrifying might like Do Qi, where even the slightest trace of it could shake the world. This had always been the weakness of those who trained their physical bodies. This was something that even Xiaoyan had to admit. However, the Force Elephant skill was different. The Force Elephant skill coincidentally made up for this weakness of the physical body practitioners. Thus, it reduced the gap between the physical body practitioners and ordinary Do Qi practitioners. At the same time, it also caused the strength of the physical body practitioners to soar. Thus, in the process of fighting with others, one would be able to rely on the strength of one's physical body to suppress the opponent, even if one did not use Do Qi. The Force Elephant skill could be said to have truly achieved the goal of increasing one's strength by an inch. Once it was successfully practiced, Xiaoyan's strength would definitely soar. He dared to guarantee that by relying on the Force Elephant skill and his other techniques, he would definitely have the ability to fight against a 1-star Do Di in the future even if the Northern King did not appear. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became fiery hot. It seemed that he was already anticipating the arrival of that day. He also hoped to see just how strong the strength of this Ling-class Do technique that he had painstakingly practiced would be. At this moment, Since he had already grasped the practice method and essence of the Force Elephant skill, it was time for him to truly begin practicing this Force Elephant skill. Xiaoyan smiled in his heart. He did not stand up from his seated position. Instead, he once again slowly closed his eyes. His heart carefully recalled the practice method of the Force Elephant skill. His mind looked inside and he used his entire body to control every part of his body. Xiaoyan's mind was scattered over every muscle in his body. It even covered every inch of his skin and every muscle cell. Between heaven and earth, a gentle breeze blew past Xiaoyan's body. Although his eyes were tightly shut, Xiaoyan seemed to have clearly sensed the feeling of the breeze sliding past the surface of his body. His mind was highly focused, causing Xiaoyan's entire body to become exceptionally sensitive. Xiaoyan, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, appeared to be like an old monk meditating without moving. However, if one were to carefully observe, one would be able to discover that the current Xiaoyan's seated body was occasionally trembling. However, due to his subtle movements, one would definitely not be able to detect this if one did not carefully observe. Each time Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly, it would cause the surrounding empty space to shake. This was not simply the flow of air. Instead, the entire space was like a bell that emitted a silent vibration. While Xiaoyan was doing his best to train the Force Elephant skill, in the distant mountain range, deep within the bustling human cities, there was another mountain range that stood proudly like a pine tree. The Shilin mountain range and this mountain range stood opposite each other. One stood at the southernmost part of the Shilin region, while the other was like a proud lion that stood proudly at the northernmost part of the Shilin region. The north and south were mountain ranges that stood opposite each other from a distance. Although the distance between them seemed to be millions of miles apart, smoke had already filled the air, and the flames of war had already soared. Green Hunchback Mountain. The mountain mentioned here was not really a mountain, but a mountain range. Green Hunchback Mountain was the tallest mountain in this mountain range. The mountain range in front of them was the place where the four great sects had jointly stationed themselves to deal with the Chaoyang sect. Now this mountain range had become a territory that the four great sects jointly occupied. Of course, on the surface, it was said that they jointly occupied it, but in reality, they were very distinct. Even though they were not far from each other, they rarely interacted with each other. Of course, it was unavoidable for them to secretly visit each other. At this moment, at the place where the Heavenly Sword sect was stationed, there were many buildings on top of a majestic mountain peak. The majestic buildings on the mountain peak towered into the clouds. Regardless of whether one looked at it from afar or close up, there was a kind of majestic and magnificent appearance. At a glance, one could not help but feel a sense of pride and emotion surging in one's heart. However, compared to the scene from the outside, at this moment, in the Heavenly Sword sect, there were many people standing in the majestic main hall at this moment. At this moment, among the people in the main hall, the people of the four great clans were seated separately. However, there was a considerable distance between each other. Even at this moment, the eyes of this group of people who had forgotten about each other were filled with hostility. Smoke permeated the air. From the looks of everyone's expression, it was as though they would start a fight if there was any disagreement. However, each time there was someone who could not help but want to attack, their eyes would involuntarily look toward the golden-robed old man on the main seat with his eyes tightly shut. Below this golden-robed old man, there were four white-haired old men seated. The distance between the seats of these four people was quite close. However, they similarly did not look at each other. The expression on each of their faces appeared gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall continued in this silence for a long time. Everyone felt as though there was an enormous rock pressing on their heads, causing their breathing to become somewhat hurried. The irritation in their hearts became even more intense. It was a long while later before the golden-robed old man on the main seat finally slowly raised his head. At the same time, a pair of turbid old eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time slowly opened at this moment. From the looks of it, this old man was the 8-star Dodi who had seriously injured Xiaoyan in Green Jade City back then. At the same time, he was also the chief of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianming. Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version website. Chapter 699. In the dazzling hall, human figures were scattered about. each taking their own seats. On the main seat, Jianming, who was wearing a golden robe, was standing. At this moment, Jianming was slowly raising his pair of eyes that were filled with golden light. His emotionless gaze swept past everyone in the hall. Finally, it stopped on a white-robed young man. This person was the heir of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin. Nephew Zhuolin, according to what you said, Xiaoyan disappeared in front of your eyes? Jianming's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Zhuolin, who was still standing with his head held high under his gaze. After a few breaths, he finally opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. The moment Jianming's words fell, the other people in the hall also turned their gazes over. Bai Ying was still fine, and his expression did not change much. On the other hand, the people from the other two clans turned their gazes towards Jianming in unison. Everyone's faces were exceptionally gloomy. Sect leader, you must not listen to this brat's nonsense. This matter must have been arranged by the Zhuo clan and the Bai clan together. Their goal is to suppress our two clans. Sect leader, you must not. Did I ask you? However, just as a purple-robed old man from the two clans stood up and was about to speak, Jianming, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the purple-robed old man with a dark and cold expression. The tone of his words was even more shocking. Following Jianming's reprimand, the purple-robed old man also sat back down heavily on his seat with a face full of unwillingness. His old face was filled with deep resentment. After a long while he finally buried his head deeply. A pair of shriveled hands under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. On the seat beside him, a middle-aged man in a black robe had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. From time to time, his gaze would look at the people from the Bai clan and the Zhuo clan sitting opposite him. Killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. This person was the current head of the Hua clan, Hua Xianrui. The purple-robed old man sitting beside him was the supreme elder of the Sun family, Sun Ji. The deaths of Hua Tianyi, Hua Ba, and Sun Shua could be said to have shaken the foundations of these two large clans. The two clans each had a 3-star Dodi and a 1-star late-stage Dodi. This kind of lineup could be said to be in existence that could do whatever they wanted in the entire western region. However, these three people, whose strength had already reached such an extent, had actually died miserably in the remains. Moreover, the ones who had returned alive from their journey with them were actually people from the other two large clans. This kind of result caused one to have difficulty not feeling suspicious in one's heart. Apart from Zhuolin and Bai Ying, there were no other witnesses. This meant that only the two of them knew what had happened in the ruins. They could say whatever they wanted to say to outsiders. As a result, the words of the two families were the least trustworthy. Jianming was naturally aware of this point in his heart. However, when he heard Xiao Yan's name from Zhuolin's mouth, some doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. If all of this was related to Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would really have to listen carefully. Jianming only slowly shifted his gaze away after seeing Sunji return to his seat. Immediately, his gaze paused on Hua Xianrui by the side. A cold glint that was difficult to detect flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, he once again looked at Zhuolin. The expression in his eyes swiftly recovered to normal. However, his face still appeared dark and cold. Zhuolin, tell me everything that you saw that day. Jianming spoke faintly. At the same time, his body gently leaned back and leaned against the seat. His eyes were half narrowed as he stared at Zhuolin. Only when he heard that did Zhuolin raise his head. He seemed to have just heard Jianming's words, and seemed to have been intimidated by the latter's aura. Zhuolin slowly stood up and swept his gaze across everyone present. The moment his gaze met Bai Ying's, the latter could clearly see a trace of coldness in Zhuolin's eyes. It seemed to be a threat, a request, or a neither servile nor overbearing feeling. So there are times when you're afraid. Bai Ying sneered inside when he saw this. Although Zhuolin wanted to kill him in the ruins that day, both of them were not in their best condition at that time. If they fought, it would not benefit either of them. It was even very likely that both of them would be left there forever. As a result, the two of them had no choice but to carefully and vigilantly leave the ruins in the end. Zhuolin, who had raised his head, recounted most of the things that had happened in the ruins that day. Of course, there were also some things that had been fabricated. Even if Jianming could hear them, he was too lazy to mention them. Regardless of whether he mentioned them or not, these things were no longer important. Death was death. Even if the reason was found, what was the use? If the relationship between the 4 great clans became intense, it would not be a good thing for his heavenly sword sect. It was better to avoid trouble. In any case, Jianming's aim was only Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether everyone present wanted to listen or not, they were all listening to Zhuolin's description. Due to the space within the large hall, waves of echoes continued to echo. Zhuolin was the only one speaking, but everyone seemed to have heard it a couple of times. Regardless of whether they wanted to listen or not, they more or less understood it. Hua Xianrui and Sun Ji frowned as they watched Zhuolin's speech. The two of them snorted disdainfully in their hearts. Their hearts did not believe that a mere bandit, even with the help of a puppet and a strange snake whose strength was merely that of a 1-star Dodi, could be strong. They were actually able to turn the people from the 4 great clans into such a miserable state. This was complete nonsense. However, just because they did not believe it, it did not mean that everyone did not believe it. At the very least, Jianming had been attracted by Sun Shua's words at this moment. Jianming gradually listened carefully as she listened to the words that were emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. Her body, which was lying on the ground, had unknowingly sat up. Her narrowed eyes stared intently at Zhuolin. Finally, when Zhuolin spoke about how Xiaoyan's figure had suddenly disappeared from the open ground, some ripples involuntarily surfaced in Jianming's eyes. What everyone did not know was that a great storm had been stirred within Jianming's heart at this moment. According to what Zhuolin had said, after Xiaoyan had used all his strength to unleash his Douqi in the remains back then, his condition could already be considered as an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to have the ability to retaliate, much less survive that kind of energy storm. However, the result that Zhuolin had given was that Xiaoyan had disappeared from the open ground together with the narwhal snake. This was something that was impossible, but it had really happened. Xiaoyan, who had lost all his fighting strength, would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to escape from that place, much less bring the narwhal snake with him. Since that was the case, the only explanation was that there was someone else secretly helping them, and helping them escape from the remains. That person's skills were so great that even with Zhuolin's and Bai Ying's strength, they were unable to sense any unusual movements. This also meant that the latter's strength was far above theirs. A mysterious strong person had suddenly intervened and rescued Xiaoyan when he was in danger. This kind of thing might appear illogical in the eyes of others, and it was also not true. However, in Jianming's eyes, it was a different kind of view. Don't tell me behind Xiaoyan. Is there really another strong person protecting him? Jianming's eyes were empty and lifeless as she sat on the main seat. Her brows were tightly knit together. Her heart involuntarily recalled the big battle in Green Jade City a few years ago. For elite Dodi had gathered in one city. Their aim was actually a mere bandit, who was like an ant in their eyes. Originally, they had thought that it would be an easy parade. However, they did not expect that the 4 of them, who were elite Dodi, would end up fleeing like stray dogs. Jianming would never forget the humiliation that day. He was even more unable to forget the great strength of that aura. If that mysterious person had really attacked, Jianming dared to guarantee that even if the 4 of them were to join forces, they would definitely not be able to last one exchange with that mysterious strong person. However, the scene back then had appeared once again. Another mysterious strong person had suddenly intervened when Xiaoyan was in danger. If this news were to spread to the ears of the other 3 sect leaders, it was likely that it would stir an invisible storm. Zhuolin, who had finished narrating all of this, returned to calmness. He no longer spoke. His eyes were indifferent as they swept over the people from the 2 clans. He glanced at Bai Ying before returning to his seat. Everyone present threw their gazes toward Jianming on the main seat. After what had happened earlier, everyone present consciously shut their mouths this time around without Jianming speaking. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall had once again become strange. It did not appear nervous, but it also caused everyone to not dare to relax even a little. Everyone hoped to be called out by Jianming, but at the same time, they were afraid that they would open their mouths and say the wrong thing. Can you guarantee that what you have said is true? The atmosphere in the hall was in a deadlock for a long time. A moment later, Jianming once again opened his mouth to speak. This junior dares to guarantee with my life that what I have said earlier is true. Zhuolin stood up. His eyes looked at Jianming on the main seat. His eyes were calm as he spoke without looking sideways. Jianming could not help but feel surprised in his heart when he saw Zhuolin's manner. He immediately nodded gently. All right, I hope that I can believe your words. Zhuolin sat down again. At the same time, Jianming turned his gaze to Bai Ying and said in a serious voice, Patriarch Bai, only you and nephew Zhuolin came out of the ruins that day. Can you guarantee that what Zhuolin said earlier is true? At the end of his words, Jianming's gaze was somewhat cold as he stared at Bai Ying. If Bai Ying criticized Zhuolin's words in the slightest, then the latter would have to pay the price for what he had said earlier. After all, he was willing to use his life as a guarantee. At this moment, the people from the other three clans instantly looked at Bai Ying. Jianming's action could be said to have placed Zhuolin's life in Bai Ying's hands. Whether he lived or died depended on Bai Ying's words. Huo Xianrui and Sun Ji stared at Bai Ying with sneers on their faces. They naturally wanted Bai Ying to say what they wanted to hear. They were certain that Bai Ying would definitely say those words. As long as Bai Ying spoke, not only would it be considered as revenge for their two clans, but it would also remove a huge problem for their three clans. The two clans were naturally happy to do such a thing. Compared to the reactions of the people from the two clans, the expressions of the people from the Zhuo clan changed. They did not expect Jianming to use such a method. In this way, Zhuolin's life was in the hands of Bai Ying. Beside Zhuolin, a middle-aged man next to him was about to stand up, but he was pulled down by Zhuolin, who had a calm expression on his face. Zhuolin shook his head without a trace. When the latter saw this, although he was still very worried in his heart, in the end, his body swayed and sat down heavily. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was being stared at by everyone, also felt a sense of difficulty in his heart. If he said what the two clans and even Jianming wanted to hear, then Zhuolin's life would be in danger, and the Zhuo clan's momentum would be greatly reduced. At that time, even their entire clan would be affected. This situation was definitely what the three clans wanted to see. But if Zhuolin died, then Bai Ying would not only have to face the enmity of the other two families, but he would also be targeted by the Zhuo family. Coupled with the greedy wolf that was the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bai family's situation would definitely fall to rock bottom. Besieged on all sides, the Bai clan's future would be in danger. However, if Bai Ying disobeyed Jianming's orders, then the Bai clan would inevitably be suppressed by the Sky Sword sect. In this way, his clan would also become the target of public criticism. His days would not be easy. However, even so, compared to being swallowed up like the former, it was better to temporarily restrain himself and wait for an opportunity to act in the future. This was not a bad idea. Jianming, I didn't expect you to finally make a move against our four great clans. If you want to swallow us, you won't be able to bite our hard bones without breaking a few of your dog teeth. Bai Ying cursed in his heart. A moment later, he finally slowly raised his head. Under the gazes of everyone present, he looked at Jianming, who was seated at the head of the table. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile that was like a spring breeze. Huo Xianrui and Sun Ji stared at Bai Ying, hoping that Bai Ying would say what they wanted to hear. When Jianming saw the smile on Bai Ying's face, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Under his wide sleeves, a pair of withered hands slowly raised and involuntarily gripped the armrest of the chair tightly. Reporting to Sect Master, what Zhuolin said just now was witnessed by this subordinate with his own eyes. Every word is true. Hua. As soon as Bai Ying finished speaking, everyone in the hall was in an uproar. They never thought that Bai Ying would actually say such words. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. At the same time, on the main seat, the stone armrest that Jianming was holding tightly in his hand had inadvertently turned into a pile of powder. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 700. While everyone in the Sky Sword sect was talking about Xiaoyan, the other three sects in Green Hunchback Mountain were also discussing what happened in the desolate ancient ruins a few months ago. Refining God sect. In a majestic hall filled with golden light, the sect leader of the Refining God sect, Chen Zhen, was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the various leaders of the Refining God sect. In the Refining God sect, other than the sect leader Chenjun, the elders and deacons sitting below the stage had the greatest authority. Naturally, they were involved in any major matter in the sect. Elder Zhao, what do you think about the desolate ancient ruins? Chenjun sat upright on the main seat as his gaze swept across the elders in the hall. Finally, his gaze landed on a silver-robed elder who was sitting closest to him. The elder was dressed in a purple robe. His body was upright with his eyes slightly closed. His aura was completely concealed within his body, making it difficult for others to detect him. At a glance, this elder gave off a rather imposing and domineering feeling, causing others to not dare to look at him. When the elder heard Chenjun's words, his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Soon after, he stood up leisurely, the brows on his old face slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about how to speak. After a short stubble, the silver-robed elder raised his gaze and looked at Chenjun, who was sitting on the main seat. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader, this Xiao Yan is unpredictable. We know too little about him, and it is difficult for this old man to comment on him. Furthermore, in the desolate ancient ruins, other than those who did not enter the core area of the ruins, only the Zhuo family's eldest son, Zhuo Lin, and the Bai family's head, Bai Ying, have returned alive. Therefore, regarding what happened in there, only the two families under the Sky Sword sect know. Judging from our point of view is really unwise." When they heard this, the other elders in the hall could not help but frown. The elders' words directly contradicted Chenjun's words. As the sect leader, Chenjun's words were something that no one in the sect could refute. However, the words of this purple-robed elder were likely going to attract trouble. However, just when everyone thought that Chenjun would be angry because of this, the latter smiled and nodded in agreement under the surprised gazes of everyone present. "That's right. First elder's thoughts are my thoughts." When Chenjun's words were spoken, the many elite Dodi in the hall involuntarily raised their brows. They immediately faced each other, and a wave of private conversations were immediately emitted from the hall. Numerous gazes involuntarily revealed surprise when they looked at this first elder. At the same time, they were curious and doubtful. Almost everyone in the western region knew that Chenjun's character was proud and aloof. He never placed anyone in his eyes. However, he seemed to have restrained himself a lot in the face of this new first elder. At the very least, he would not be as fierce and overbearing as he was in the past. That's right. This purple-robed elder was the first elder that the Divine Refining sect had just appointed a couple of months ago. His appointment, and even his appearance, caused everyone in the Divine Refining sect to be surprised. This was because no one in the sect had seen this purple-robed elder before he became the first elder of the Divine Refining sect. His sudden appointment had stirred up a great commotion within the Divine Refining sect. However, this commotion was swiftly suppressed under the personal appearance of the original first elder. Although everyone had some dissatisfaction in their hearts, after a couple of months of gradually getting used to it, everyone had reluctantly accepted this first elder. However, what they didn't expect was that not only was the original great elder extremely modest towards this purple-robed old man, even the sect leader of their own sect was actually so amiable towards her. This truly caused them to be extremely puzzled in their hearts. Just who was this newly promoted great elder? What was his identity? Naturally, no one would tell them the answer to this question. Looking at the whispering crowd below the stage, Chenjun, who was seated on the leader's seat, sneered in his heart. The reason why he had raised this question was to let those dissatisfied fellows below the stage understand exactly what kind of position this first elder held in their Divine Refining sect. If those present were still full of complaints about this new first elder 2 hours ago, now that Chenjun had expressed his stance, these people would probably be too late to curry favor with the purple-robed elder. Humph. Chenjun laughed mockingly in his heart, after which, he and the purple-robed old man echoed each other, and said a bunch of nonsense. After that, they casually dismissed everyone present. Only then did the meeting in the large hall come to an end. Looking at the final hall door that was heavily shut, Chenjun slowly stood up from his seat. With his hands behind his back, he walked down the stage and arrived beside the purple-robed elder. "Haha, junior brother, from now on, you are the only first elder of the Divine Refining sect." "Haha, I still have to thank senior brother." This bunch of trash. If not for senior brother saying that there was still a use for them, junior brother would have already taken action against them. Hearing Chen Zhen's words, the purple-robed elder stood up and respectfully cupped his hands towards Chen Zhen. His tone was cold as he laughed. Humph. Although these fellows have formed their own cliques, as long as they remain in the divine refining sect, they will always be our lackeys. Now is not the time to do so. Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. Naturally, he knew what those people were thinking. However, for the future of the divine refining sect, he had to endure it no matter what. When the time was right, those people would become useless pawns in his hands and be mercilessly crushed by him. After the two of them chatted for a while, their bodies distorted slightly and turned into illusionary figures. Finally, they completely disappeared from the hall. On the other side, within the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian had also dismissed everyone in the hall. Arriving in front of the hall door, Wu Jitian raised his head and looked at the sky. His fierce-looking face revealed a solemn expression. Looks like the current western region is no longer as peaceful as before. At the very least, it was calm on the surface in the past. It was fine if there was an undercurrent flowing in the interior. Now a real storm is about to arrive. The sky of the western region is about to change. His mouth softly muttered. Immediately, Wu Jitian's eyes slowly fell. Finally, he looked towards the south. That was where the Shilin mountain range was located. At the same time, it was also where the desolate ancient remains had appeared. Over 10 elite Dodi had died at that place because of one person, a young man wearing a black robe. It was likely that no one in the entire western region would be able to do such a thing. However, the impossible that everyone felt in their hearts had now become reality. The location of the Withered Leaf sect. The somewhat dark large hall appeared incomparably quiet. There was not a single light within the empty large hall. The withered yellow pillars were like rotten wood. They appeared to be standing in the large hall with great difficulty. Even the air was filled with the smell of something rotting. It was extremely pungent. The deepest part of the large hall was dim without any light. At a glance, it was dark. If one were to walk in this place, it was likely that even an elite Dodi would involuntarily feel a shudder in his heart. Such a sinister place was actually the face of a sect. This was really difficult to imagine. This kind of place appeared to have been abandoned for many years. Perhaps no one had maintained it since it was built, resulting in it falling into such a state. It really caused one to feel sad. Could such a place really be the meeting hall of a sect? It was likely that no one would believe it. In this dark, desolate, sorrowful and terrifying place, there was finally a small space that was surrounded by light at the deepest part of the large hall. The faint cream-white light emitted a gentle glow in the air. It was able to illuminate this small space without causing one to feel that it was glaring. Within this space, an old man wearing a linen robe with a shady face was seated cross-legged. At this moment, between the old man's eyebrows, a milky white fluorescent light the size of a rice grain was gradually surging out from a huge ball of light in front of him. Following the old man's thoughts, it gradually converged into the soul bead in his mind and became a part of his strength. A long while later, the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, finally slowly opened them. A cold expression flashed across the deep part of his eyes where a dark green glow lingered. Immediately, he swiftly stored the milk-white light cluster in front of him into his storage ring. Only then did he open his mouth and speak in an indifferent tone. "Since you have already come, why do you need to watch by the side? Come out and meet me." TSK, sect leader, why do you need to hide? Don't tell me that I have not seen many small things like you. A cluster of dense black fog swiftly flashed in front of the old man in a ghost-like manner, as the strange laughter slowly sounded within the large hall. In an instant, one could see a strange-looking ink-colored mask within the exposed black fog. The appearance of the mask appeared to be some kind of magical beast. Its expression appeared quite ferocious and terrifying. This mask was just like the mask that Xiaoyan had obtained from the third hall chief of the ghost hall back then. Needless to say, this cluster of black fog was naturally a member of the ghost hall. This old man who was addressed as sect leader was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yiluotian. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a reason. I'm afraid that you have not come to find me at such a time just to say such nonsense to me. Yi Luotian's gaze swept back and forth across the dark space in front of him. Although the large hall was completely dark, everything seemed to be clearly visible in front of his eyes. This dark world was unable to block the eyesight of an elite Dodi. TSK, do you really not know what I am here for? Xiaoyan. A strange laughter was emitted from the darkness. Soon after, Yi Luotian spoke in an indifferent tone. Sect leader is indeed as I wish. TSK. It is likely that he is the only person in the entire western region who can cause all of you to care so much about him. A flattering laughter was emitted from the black fog when Yi Luotian once again opened his mouth with a cold expression. His tone did not leave any room for negotiation. He did not have a good impression of this group of damned things. I think that sect leader has already heard about the matter from 3 months ago. You are talking about the matter of Xiaoyan in the desolate ancient remains. Do you really believe that so many Dodi have died because of him? Yi Luotian did not move. His eyes, which were sweeping left and right, paused as if he was a little tired. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the empty space in front of him. His words contained a trace of disdain. No matter how active a mere bandit was, it was impossible for him to kill an elite Dodi. Forget about Yi Luotian. Even if it was someone else, they would also not believe it. That's right. If it was someone else, I would not believe it. However, if it was Xiaoyan's sect leader, even the first hall master has been alerted by this matter. We do not wish for the 4 great sects to act together and fail to deal with a bandit. If the upper echelons were to blame us, don't tell me that a bandit like him can really unleash a strength that can kill an elite Dodi? How is this possible? Yi Luotian's heart was filled with shock. Being able to cause the upper echelons of the Ghost Hall to pay attention to this matter meant that the matter that had occurred in the desolate ancient remains could not be underestimated. I have already said that it might be impossible for someone else. However, he is Xiaoyan. We must be careful in everything we do. The voice was once again emitted from the dark black fog. Compared to before, it was clearly much more solemn this time around. Just who is he to be able to cause all of you to be so moved? Yi Luotian frowned. His heart was incomparably curious. This mysterious and strange superfaction was actually so concerned about a mere bandit. It was likely that anyone would be unable to resist being curious about this. Sect leader, I have already told you that there are some things that it is better for you not to know. My Ghost Hall was able to allow you to achieve what you have today, and we can similarly ensure that you do not have a tomorrow. An icy cold voice was emitted from the black fog, causing Yi Luotian's heart to immediately sink. Dealing with this group of people was like taking a shortcut by stepping on the edge of a knife. He had to go along with them, but he also had to be cautious. Yi Luotian descended into silence as this thought rose in his heart. The atmosphere in the large hall had also become even more strange. 1 month later, Shilin Mountain Range. Seated on the mountain peak, Xiaoyan's statue-like body suddenly moved. His body, which had been silent for an entire month, suddenly moved at this moment. Both of his hands began to move the instant he opened his eyes. A series of complicated seals were formed between his hands. They swiftly condensed into numerous chaotic afterimages in front of Xiaoyan. Until a certain moment, a golden light suddenly surged from the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. Force Elephant Skill. Activate. A thunderous cry erupted from Xiaoyan's mouth. In the next instant, Xiaoyan's seated body suddenly moved. His body instantly stood up. At the same time, his feet heavily stomped on the mountain peak that was about to collapse. In an instant, Xiaoyan's body shot out explosively and somersaulted into the sky. Both of his eyes swiftly locked onto a mountain peak below. In the air, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. A creaking sound was emitted from his palm. Soon after, a fist violently smashed towards the mountain peak as his body landed. Xiaoyan did not rely on any doqi for this punch. However, its might was extremely frightening. The invisible space in front of Xiaoyan was instantly crushed and collapsed after the punch was thrown. It turned into an endless darkness. An invisible fist imprint swiftly descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it heavily smashed against the mountain peak. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread apart. At this very moment, two huge mountains in the mountain range below suddenly collapsed. The surrounding mountain range began to tremble intensely. In an instant, all the birds and beasts fled. The frightening might actually cause the magical beasts in the mountain range to be frightened. Xiaoyan looked at the mountain peak that had collapsed and turned into ruins from the empty sky. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Soon after, a fiery hot emotion surged into his heart, causing a wild joy to surge into his heart. Is this the Force Elephant skill? This strength is indeed extraordinary. Compared to my King Kong glass body, this Force Elephant skill is clearly even stronger. It is indeed worthy of being a spirit class Do technique. Chapter 701. Under the azure sky, Xiaoyan's upper body was naked as he stood in the empty air. He eyed the mountain range below that had been buried by the collapsed rocks. His face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. It is indeed worthy of being a Ling class Do technique. With this Force Elephant skill, I believe that I will have the ability to fight even if I meet a Do D the next time. Feeling the powerful strength that surged out from every muscle cell in his body, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an excited smile. This Force Elephant skill had increased his strength by quite a lot. When he used it, he would not exhaust his body like the angry Buddha lotus flame. With it, Xiaoyan was confident that he would still have the ability to fight with an ordinary Do D without using any of his trump cards. If Xiaoyan were to add those tactics of his, he would also have the confidence to kill the Do D if he went all out. However, he could not be as crazy as he was in the remains this time around. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan's mind moved. The black robe that had been shattered by the frightening huge strength earlier once again agglomerated with Xiaoyan's mind. Immediately, a pair of dark black eyes slowly lifted and looked towards the deep regions of the mountain range. Who? Letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan cupped his hands together and faced the deep regions of the mountain range. His gaze was solemn. Immediately, his body that was standing in the empty air suddenly turned. His feet moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps, swiftly flying out of the Shilin mountain range. Now that the trip to the remains had come to an end, Xiaoyan should set off to search for the last medicinal ingredient needed to refine the ice spirit pill. Fire plume flower. Xiaoyan muttered softly in his mouth. His body that was flying forward also became increasingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the edge of the mountain range. Half a month later, on a certain mountain peak outside Yan City, a black-robed human figure stood leisurely. It was Xiaoyan. Half a month's time. With Xiaoyan's current speed, he should have already reached this place. However, he had met quite a number of obstacles along the way, causing him to waste some time. Faced with those who wanted to take his life, Xiaoyan did not show any mercy. He only wanted to test the strength of the Force Elephant skill. Therefore, each time he attacked, Xiaoyan relied on the Force Elephant skill to deal with his enemies. He did not even use the slightest Do Qi. Those Bandi experts were naturally extremely furious in the face of Xiaoyan's disdainful actions. Other than that, they were filled with disdain and ridicule. Unfortunately, their hearts were filled with regret after they witnessed Xiaoyan's frightening physical body. In the eyes of an ordinary strong person, it was impossible for an expert who focused on training one's physical body to compare with them. Under most circumstances, it was impossible for one to compare with Do Qi just by relying on one's physical body. However, this time around they had met with a tough opponent. This was also one of the few experts who trained in physical body training. Under Xiaoyan's Force Elephant skill, any expert who was below the strength of a Do D, even if they were an advanced 9-star half-emperor, would not be able to withstand the might of Xiaoyan's punch. However, after a couple of big fights, Xiaoyan had indeed met a 1-star initial stage Do D. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he did not even have the time to attack when he saw Xiaoyan's great strength. Instead, he bitterly withdrew. It was fine if an ordinary person did not know about it. Being an elite Do D, he had naturally heard about the things that had happened in the desolate ancient remains a couple of months ago. After recognizing Xiaoyan, how would he have the courage to target him? It should be known that there were over 10 elite Dodi who had died in Xiaoyan's hands during that trip to the desolate ancient remains. He, a 1-star initial stage Dodi, did not have the courage to do so. After seeing that elite Dodi withdraw, Xiaoyan's heart was involuntarily stunned. Immediately, he helplessly withdrew his aura. Originally, he had planned to borrow the latter's strength to test his strength. However, from the looks of it now, there was indeed no need for that. After recovering, Xiaoyan's gaze looked at the majestic city that sat on the ground in front of him. An anticipation involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart. The last time he had gathered the few most important medicinal ingredients that he needed to refine medicinal pills. He did not know just what kind of opportunity he would have this time around. Fire plume flower, Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth. His toes pressed gently on the mountain peak. Soon after, his body drifted forward like a willow leaf. Soon after, he swiftly disappeared from the edge of one's sight after a series of flashes. A moment later, Xiaoyan had already entered the city. He followed the path in his memory and walked for a moment. Immediately, an enormous pavilion building appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. 1000 Medicinal House. This place was the 1000 Medicinal House that Jin Yao had established. At this moment, Xiaoyan had placed his hopes in this place. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he raised his head to look at the ancient building in front of him. The matter with Zhao Xian the last time was ultimately all thanks to Jin Yao. The reason he had come to the 1000 Medicinal House this time around was firstly to search for medicinal ingredients. Secondly, it was also to thank Jin Yao for helping him the last time. Although the matter back then appeared to be dangerous, Xiaoyan had carefully thought about it after the matter. As elite Dodi, as long as the difference in strength between two people of the same class was not too great, it was almost impossible to kill the other party. Jin Yao was no exception. Therefore, the current Xiaoyan was able to enter the house with a smile. Otherwise, it was likely that his face would be gloomy. However, Xiaoyan had just stepped into the house with a smile on his face when the expression on his face involuntarily changed a moment later. The instant he entered the interior of the 1000 Medicinal House, he clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura. From the looks of the strength of the aura, the latter was clearly an elite Dodi. However, this was nothing. The thing that caused Little Yen to frown was that the owner of this aura did not seem to have a good intention. Xiaoyan immediately raised his head and looked over when he thought of this. Sure enough, the spacious hall on the first floor appeared incomparably empty. If this was a normal time, there should be quite a number of people. However, from the looks of it, even the few people in Xiaoyan's eyes were similarly walking toward the upper floors of the 1000 Medicinal House. From the looks of their somewhat chaotic footsteps, it was likely that something had happened within the 1000 Medicinal House. Xiaoyan's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. His entire face also became gloomy. He was clearly aware of the rules within the 1000 Medicinal House. No one was allowed to attack anyone within the 1000 Medicinal House for any reason. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that someone had purposely violated this rule. This was the reason why everyone had gone over to take a look. Humph. Xiaoyan let out a cold snort in his heart. Immediately, his body moved and he swiftly headed toward the upper floors of the building. Within a short period of time, Xiaoyan consecutively passed through quite a number of cubicle corridors. Finally, he arrived in front of a cubicle that was surrounded by layers of people. Before he arrived, he could already hear a vicious and overbearing laughter being emitted from within the cubicle. Haha, Jin Yao, you know my feelings towards you. Tell me, how many times have I come here? I see that the doorstep of your 1000 Medicinal House is about to be flattened by me. You can't possibly continue to hide from me like this, right? At this moment, within the cubicle, a burly man with a bear-like figure was laughing heartily as he stared at Jin Yao in front of him. A pair of small eyes, which did not match his body size, stared lustfully at Jin Yao's alluring and beautiful body. His mouth continuously laughed out loud as he spoke. Lu Cheng, I have already told you many times that there is absolutely no relationship between us. At the very most, we can only be considered acquaintances. Why do you have to pester me time and time again? Hearing the words of the burly man in front of her, Jin Yao's willowy eyebrows tightly knitted together. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart towards this burly man's hooligan-like character. Jin Yao, you told me 3 years ago to wait. Fine, in order to obtain you, I have endured. However, after waiting for 3 years, you didn't even give me a fart. You didn't even give me any information. Now you want to use these words to brush me off. Do you really think that I, Lu Cheng, am a monkey that you can play around with as you wish? Jin Yao's straightforward words caused Lu Cheng's expression to instantly darken. For Jin Yao, he had endured time and time again. Originally, he thought that even if the other party was a block of ice, she would still be melted by his repeated visits. However, he did not expect that even now, Jin Yao was still unwilling to accept him. Haha, Lu Cheng, stop putting on an act in front of me. Don't think that I don't know that other than me. There are quite a few other ladies who have been forcefully taken over by you. If it weren't for their lack of strength, they would have long killed you. You actually have the cheek to say such words in front of me? You. Jin Yao's words caused Lu Cheng to be instantly at a loss for words. Numerous mocking and disdainful gazes were also thrown over from the surrounding crowd. Clearly, everyone present more or less had some understanding of Lu Cheng's character. Although Lu Cheng appeared simple and honest on the surface, he had relied on his strength to do many heartless things. Anyone who saw such a person would want to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, because he was a 2-star Dodi with extraordinary strength, there were very few people who were a match for him. Hence, even though everyone knew that he had an evil character, no one was able to do anything to him. Lu Cheng's fierce-looking face became even more ferocious when he noticed the numerous mocking and disdainful gazes being shot over from around him. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. When those people noticed Lu Cheng's dark and vicious eyes, their expressions instantly changed. The crowd also involuntarily stepped back. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's eyes turned and landed on Jin Yao. His dark and vicious gaze stared viciously at Jin Yao as though he wanted to eat her up. Jin Yao, today, regardless of whether you are willing or not, I will bring you back. Lu Cheng's body suddenly moved at the same time as the low cry from his mouth sounded. His feet heavily stomped on the ground, and a frightening strength immediately erupted. The ground under his feet forcefully caved in. Even the entire pavilion could not help but sway slightly at this moment. Lu Cheng's body shot out like a cannonball when the explosion sounded. The frightening strength emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound in the empty space around him when he moved. Seeing this scene, a deep solemnness immediately appeared on Jin Yao's pretty face. With a flip of her hand, the do-chi in her body swiftly surged out of her body and swiftly gathered in her palm. Although the two of them were experts of the same class, Lu Chengsheng had the advantage in that other than do-chi, he was also a physical body practitioner. Just his physical body alone possessed an extraordinary strength. Adding his strength as a 2-star Dodi, he would be able to completely suppress her should he unleash all of his strength. Jin Yao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Lu Cheng. Bang! The speed at which the two of them attacked was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already violently collided. As the attack landed, Lu Cheng had just taken 2 steps back when his sturdy body suddenly shook. The enormous force that was transmitted to his body was forcibly removed. On the other hand, Jin Yao appeared to be in a much more miserable state in comparison. She staggered back over 10 steps. The expression on her pretty face had also become increasingly solemn. When Jin Yao lifted her gaze, she saw Lu Cheng staring at her with a ferocious smile. The gaze he used to look at her was as though he was looking at his prey, causing one's hair to stand on end. Jin Yao, do you plan to obediently return with me or do you want me to personally take action? Lu Cheng lifted his large hand and aimed it at Jin Yao from a distance. It was as though he wanted to hold her in his palm. Even if I die, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price. Jin Yao's gaze was cold. Her pretty eyes revealed a decisive expression. At the same time, Jin Yao's lovely body shook. A powerful do-chi swiftly surged out from within her body and swiftly covered her entire body. She was arrogant by nature, and would definitely not allow herself to be manipulated by others. This was also one of the important reasons why she had opened the 1,000 medicinal house. If Lu Cheng wanted to forcefully occupy it, she would definitely not submit even if she were to die. Rather die than submit. This is what makes one's blood boil. Lu Cheng's scarlet tongue violently licked his lips. His eyes revealed a greedy glint. His gaze stared intently at Jin Yao like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of bloody red meat. I have waited for you for 3 years. How can I let you die? No matter what, you must return with me today. Lu Cheng's mouth emitted a mocking laugh, following which, his foot suddenly stomped on the ground. At the same time that the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face changed drastically, Lu Cheng's figure had already appeared in front of her. The ghost-like speed caused Jin Yao to be greatly alarmed. However, before she could do anything, the latter's large palm heavily imprinted itself on her lower abdomen. Although this palm was not enough to cause Jin Yao to be seriously injured, it had instantly forcefully scattered the dou qi that had gathered in her body. It was likely that it would be difficult for her to gather it again in a short period of time. What? Jin Yao was greatly alarmed. Her mouth could not help but let out a sharp cry. However, following which, Lu Cheng once again attacked with a flip of his hand. Even though Jin Yao had avoided a vital point, she was still forced back by Lu Cheng's attack. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. However, before Jin Yao could stabilize her body, Lu Cheng once again pressed forward. With a wave of his large hand, he attempted to grab Jin Yao's neck. Lu Cheng did not intend to use dou qi in this grab. Firstly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Secondly, he was worried that this woman would resist for the first time. If she really died, this was not something he wanted to see. He wanted a living person. There would be no meaning in having a dead body. It was also at this moment that a dark black light suddenly flashed in the empty space in front of Jin Yao. It suddenly stood in front of Jin Yao. At the same time, Lu Cheng's grab had also arrived in front of the black shadow. Lu Cheng involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw this black shadow that had suddenly appeared. However, from the looks of the current situation, it was impossible for him to maneuver his dou qi in time at such a close distance. However, if he were to rely on his physical strength alone, Lu Cheng had 100% confidence. In the eyes of an outsider, he was a powerful 2-star dou di. However, in his heart, the strength of his physical body was the pinnacle that he pursued. The reason he was able to suppress Jin Yao was because he had relied on his physical strength. At this moment, he also had absolute confidence in his physical strength even when facing this black shadow in front of him. At the same time that Lu Cheng thought of this in his heart, the muscles on his arm that he had thrown out suddenly bulged. His entire arm had suddenly become much thicker. A powerful strength was completely revealed in front of the naked eye. Oh, physical strength, huh? A little interesting. Seeing this scene, the black shadow in front of Lu Cheng actually let out a soft laugh in his heart. In an instant, the hand of the small black-robed figure suddenly clenched into a fist. At the same time that a low sound was emitted from the bottom of his heart, his white fist appeared to be powerless as it was swiftly thrown out from under the black robe. Like a bolt of lightning, it ruthlessly smashed into the palm of the large palm that was coming toward him. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 702. The fist and claw collided and separated upon contact. The white fist and the claw line collided for an instant before they separated. The black-colored human figure stood in the same spot and did not move. On the other hand, Lu Cheng was forced back over 10 steps by that punch. Only then did he stabilize his body with an ugly expression. Soon after, he lifted his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the black-robed human figure, who had suddenly appeared in the arena. However, when Lu Cheng saw that the black-robed person standing opposite him was actually a young man with a white face, the expression on his face involuntarily became startled. He did not expect that the person who could force him back with one blow was actually such a young man. Even so, Lu Cheng still did not think that the black-robed young man in front of him was that strong. After all, the black-robed young man had only taken advantage of the opportunity to attack, and made use of Lu Cheng's carelessness to force him to retreat. If it was a direct confrontation, Lu Cheng was confident that he could easily defeat the black-robed young man. Of course, this was merely what Lu Cheng thought in his heart. Moreover, all of this was merely his first impression of the black-robed young man in front of him. He had yet to see the latter's true strength. After all, the latter did not seem to have used any dou qi in the collision just now. Lu Cheng's heart leaped when he thought of this. Only then did he recall that the black-robed young man in front of him did not use any douqi in the collision just now. Even the expression in Lu Cheng's eyes when he looked at the black-robed young man involuntarily changed when he thought of this. Both of his eyes narrowed. A pair of small rabbit-like eyes stared at the black-robed young man in silence. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, also lifted the corner of his mouth into an arc of a smile. His eyes were calm as he stared at Lu Cheng opposite him. His hands were crossed over his chest as he stood proudly in front of Jin Yao, hiding her alluring lovely body behind him. It was only at this moment that the pale-faced Jin Yao finally recovered from her earlier shock. At the same time, the scattered douqi within her body was finally able to gather. However, the moment Jin Yao regained her senses, her beautiful eyes landed on the thin black figure in front of her. Looking at the thin figure in front of her, Jin Yao couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. Soon after, she hurriedly bowed respectfully to the person in front of her. At the same time, a weak voice filled with gratitude spat out from Jin Yao's alluring red lips. "This concubine thanks Mr. for your help. If Mr. can help this concubine settle today's matter, this concubine will be deeply grateful to Mr. in the future." Xiao Yan recovered when he heard the familiar voice that was transmitted from behind him. The corner of his mouth was lifted and he revealed a playful smile. At the same time that his body turned around, a soft laughter that carried a teasing intent was emitted from his mouth. "Hee, there's no need to be so grateful. How about, Sister Jin Yao, just come with me?" The instant this laughter was emitted, the expression on Jin Yao's face, which was originally filled with gratitude, instantly changed. She didn't expect that she had thought that she was saved, but it turned out that another perverted person who coveted her body had come. However, just as Jin Yao couldn't help but open her mouth to curse, a familiar handsome face with a gentle smile appeared in front of her eyes. Immediately, the words that were about to reach Jin Yao's mouth were instantly stopped. At the same time, her entire body was stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh softly and say, "Why, after not seeing each other for half a year, you don't recognize me? It's really you." Hearing this familiar voice once again, Jin Yao's fiery hot body trembled in excitement. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This also caused the surrounding onlookers to be stunned. They originally thought that it was another person who had come for Jin Yao's body. However, from the looks of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. "Hee, looks like Sister Jin Yao hasn't forgotten me." When he heard this, Xiao Yan teased with a smile. When she heard Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao's pretty face couldn't help but reveal a faint blush. Immediately, she looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on her face and playfully said, "You keep saying that I haven't forgotten you. Then, you couldn't have come to Yan City this time, because you missed me, right?" Xiao Yan gently shrugged his shoulders and smiled in a noncommittal manner. When she saw this, Jin Yao couldn't help but let out a lovely laugh. Xiao Yan also laughed softly in agreement. However, while the two of them were teasing each other, Lu Cheng, who was standing behind the two of them and watching all of this, was so angry that his originally gloomy face had completely darkened because of the actions of the two of them. Even his sturdy body was continuously trembling. The two people in front of him had actually ignored him in front of so many people. This kind of action was as though they didn't care about him at all. How could this not cause him to be angry? As a two-star Dodi, Lu Cheng's powerful strength caused others to not underestimate him wherever he went. When everyone looked at him, their gazes would more or less contain some fear or dread. Being ignored on the spot was something that he had never encountered before. No wonder you aren't willing to follow the old me. It turns out that you like this kind of tender pretty boy." Lu Cheng's face was filled with disdain as he stared at Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. Killing intent flowed within his eyes, but his mouth was so angry that it ended up laughing. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, the atmosphere between Xiao Yan and Jin Yao seemed to have been broken in an instant. The expressions on their faces became sluggish. Jin Yao's eyebrows were knit together. Impatience was revealed between her brows. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent. His pair of dark black eyes were as calm as a serene pool. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He was about to turn around when Jin Yao grabbed Xiao Yan's sleeve and pulled him back. At the same time, she spoke in a solemn tone. "Leave it to me." Leave it to me. He is also a 2-star Dodi. Jin Yao's feet moved once she said those words. She ignored Xiaoyan and stepped in front of Xiaoyan. Her pretty eyes looked at Lu Cheng as her tone suddenly changed, and she spoke in a cold voice. Lu Cheng, I hope that today's matter will end here. You and I are both 2-star Dodi. If I am unwilling, you will not be able to bring me away from Yen City. Why don't we both take a step back and seek peace? Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders behind her. He also knew that Jin Yao had a strong nature. Since Jin Yao did not wish for him to see her being protected by someone, he might as well let her do it herself. Ha ha ha, seek peace? Do you think that you can resist me if I want to capture you and bring you back? Lu Cheng was already unhappy in his heart when he saw Jin Yao take the initiative to grab Xiaoyan's sleeve. Now that he heard these words of Jin Yao, he was immediately unable to suppress the emotions in his heart, and directly opened his mouth to curse. This also caused the faces of Jin Yao and Xiaoyan, who was standing behind her, to instantly become gloomy. Soon after, Jin Yao's lithe footsteps took a heavy step forward. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a 2-star Dodi swept out from Jin Yao's body. The frightening aura and pressure forced the surrounding onlookers to withdraw some distance. Since you are so confident, you can come forward and give it a try. Jin Yao's tone was extremely cold. She did not have the gentle and calm attitude that she had when facing Xiaoyan earlier. The fury in Lu Cheng's heart grew even greater when he saw the great contrast between Jin Yao's attitude before and after. Everything that was happening in front of him was because of this pretty boy behind Jin Yao. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, Lu Cheng was also able to tell that the current Jin Yao was clearly in a similarly furious state. Lu Cheng did not think that it was a good thing to fight with her at such a time. It was just as Jin Yao had said. At the end of the day, the two of them were experts of the same level. Once they truly engaged in a life and death battle, it was really difficult to say what the final outcome would be. If he did not have complete confidence, he would not dare to easily attack. From the looks of it, it was likely that today's matter could only be left unsettled. However, Lu Cheng's heart was unwilling. He was unwilling to flee the city in such a miserable manner. Since he had already said those words, he must bring her back. Lu Cheng's eyes revealed a furious expression as he stared at Xiaoyan behind Jin Yao. The killing intent in his eyes grew even denser. Bastard! The old me will definitely tear you to shreds today. Lu Cheng's heart was extremely painful from the anger as he viciously cursed. Soon after, Lu Cheng's eyes rotated. His heart immediately emitted a cold laugh. All right, I can forget about today's matter. Lu Cheng's expression became serious after he recovered. The gloominess on his face was instantly swept away. It was as though he had really thrown this matter to the back of his mind and no longer cared about it. Ha! Jin Yao involuntarily knit her eyebrows when she saw Lu Cheng's sudden change. Given her familiarity with the latter, Lu Cheng did not appear to be a broad-minded person. Once one was targeted by him, it would be like being bitten by a crocodile. He would not relent until his opponent was dead. However, at this moment, as expected, Jin Yao quietly said in her heart, this fellow would indeed not give up so easily. Immediately, Jin Yao's heart quietly shivered. She was constantly on guard against the latter. Behind Jin Yao, Xiaoyan also involuntarily frowned as he looked at Lu Cheng. This fellow had been staring at him since a moment ago. Clearly, he harbored evil intentions. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed that his target was, as long as this pretty boy can endure 5 rounds from the old me without dying, the old me will not take even half a step into the 1,000 medicinal house from today onwards. Lu Cheng's thick arm was suddenly raised. He extended his finger and pointed at Xiaoyan as he spoke in a dark and cold tone. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately hardened when he heard this. He was also a little surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that this fellow would really target him. No. You are a dignified elite Dodi, yet you attack a bandit. This is not fair. I will definitely not agree to such a thing. At this moment, Jin Yao's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at Xiaoyan. Her delicate body moved and completely blocked Xiaoyan's body behind her. Her pair of pretty eyes were filled with fury. She would definitely not let Xiaoyan suffer any harm because of her. Humph, relax. I will give him a chance. Lu Cheng's face revealed a mocking smile as he coldly laughed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan's body as he parted his mouth and laughed. Pretty boy, in the previous exchange with you, I discovered that you seem to be a body refiner, right? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He was non-committal. Seeing this, Lu Cheng was even more certain in his heart. Haha, I can lower my requirements for you. As long as you dare to step forward and fight with me, I guarantee that I will not use even a trace of Do Qi from the start of the fight until I kill you. If I do, it will be a violation of the agreement. From now on, I will never step into the 1,000 medicinal house again. Of course, unless you are really someone who lives off a woman. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, I will naturally not force you. However, Lu Cheng did not say anything else when he reached the end of his words. He merely looked at Xiao Yan with a smile that was not quite a smile. It seemed that he was waiting for him to make a choice. No. You must not fall for this fellow's provocation. This fellow is not only a 2-star Dodi, but he is also a body refiner. His physical body strength. All right, I agree to your request. Before Jin Yao's voice sounded, Xiao Yan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke slowly at this moment. However, this time around, other than Lu Cheng in front of him, all the surrounding observers in the arena threw pitiful gazes toward Xiao Yan. Everyone present knew that Lu Cheng's physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Yan fighting with him was no different from seeking death. Even if Lu Cheng did not use Do Qi, Xiao Yan's chances of victory were basically zero in everyone's hearts. Jin Yao's pretty face was anxious. She was just about to open her mouth to stop Xiao Yan when Xiao Yan quickly stepped forward and blocked in front of Jin Yao. He turned around, faced her and laughed. Since the other party has already forced me to such an extent, I can't possibly continue to hide behind you, right? But this fellow is a 2-star Dodi. Why? Do I look like a person who likes to flaunt his superiority? Xiao Yan's face remained carefree in the face of this. His careless manner caused one to be unwilling to underestimate him. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was involuntarily startled when she heard this. Only then did she recall that the Xiao Yan in front of her could not be viewed with the attitude of an ordinary person. Being able to kill dozens of elite Dodi in one fell swoop, and withdraw in one piece. How could this kind of battle result be something that a Bandi could achieve? Only then did Jin Yao cease saying anything more when she thought of this. She swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Her gaze turned and landed on Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan actually dared to step forward. Moreover, from the looks of his manner, it was as though he was not worried about the upcoming fight. This caused Lu Cheng to feel surprised in his heart. Xiao Yan also turned his gaze around. He wore a smile as he looked at Lu Cheng. He placed one of his hands behind his back and slowly extended a hand toward the latter. Please give me your guidance.